melt against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Muscles like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Hey! Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the gain. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Hey! Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Hey! Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Hey! Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Castles like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines.
All right. How's everybody doing today? There we go. Okay. So, I didn't make a slide deck. I made a iOS 5 simulator that's on the screen right now. Playing our new Deep Dish 2026 theme song. I know a bunch of you were sick of last year's, so you can get sick of this one later. But we're going to continue on. Maybe. Hold on. It's not working. There we go. Okay. We're going to slide to unlock. This year's theme is skeuomorphism, so had to go kind of all out. We're going to open up our Deep Dish app. It's a little glitchy animation. Rotate sideways. And we are now in my UI navigation controller to start this conference. So, this is Deep Dish 2026, also known as version 4. And here we go again. So, why are we here? Oh, thank you, thank you. The famous, I don't need to start a conference tweet, which, I mean, you know how this all ended up. Tyler was like, or maybe you could. So, I was thinking about it. Logan said 2 days later, Josh bought the domain name. Completely wrong. I bought it day of that first tweet. But that was 4-ish years ago. 2023 happened, our first Deep Dish. 2024, and then 2025, last year's exciting neon-themed one. And nothing has changed since then, right? We got iOS 19. This was an image I shared at Deep Dish last year. I believe it's iOS 26 now, but we didn't know what we were getting. We knew it might look like that. We got models of all sorts. I think Claude Code was released after Deep Dish last year, or nearly around it, so that's a lot of AI. Vibe coding is now a thing, and I thoroughly enjoy it. But it's a lot that has happened over the past 4 years of Deep Dish and just all over Apple platform development. A lot of us have had existential crises. I have a few of my coworkers who are seniors. It's been a weird time. And in times like this, one of my favorite classic quotes, people might need a little old-fashioned. So that is what skeuomorphism is kind of about today, but how old-fashioned? Not the drink I'm going to be having later tonight, but this kind, the handcrafted apps, the things that iOS and Apple platforms were created from. So crafting apps is a lot also like crafting a conference. It takes a community. Carrie, my wife, who you've seen at the front desk, she is a huge part of this. It would be a disaster and probably not even happen without her. I am not the organized one. I finished these slides about 10 minutes ago. And then tomorrow is our 7th wedding anniversary. So that's how much we love Deep Dish. We actually had 2 dates to choose from. Mother's Day was one option. Was not gonna let that happen. So we're celebrating with all of you tomorrow. And then family, we were all folding shirts. This is my mom, dad, mother-in-law, Carrie, and my 2 kids. My daughter was actually -1 month when the idea for Deep Dish started. And now she's writing numbers on boxes, which is actually kind of crazy. Chris has been at my house before every Deep Dish, helping with swag, totes, carrying stuff. And then our sponsors. This would not happen without all of our sponsors and also some of our sponsors that have been here for all 4 years. I would be surprised if you haven't seen them. Their tables, swag is kind of out of this world, but Revenue Cat is our super supreme sponsor. I do work for them, but I'm not working right now. So if you have any questions, please don't ask me. Go to their table. Bitdrift is also a supreme sponsor this year. They were also here last year, so please go check them out and check them out again if you were here last year. And then Guard Square is new. You'll find their table out there. I would tell you what they do, but I probably cannot. I'm not a security expert, so please go talk to them. And Expo is also new this year. You're probably familiar with Expo, the React Native Expo. They're great friends of mine, and they have a new product that they are offering, so please go talk to them. Runway has been here every year as well. You'll probably remember them by the giant airplane Lego that they give away every year. So go check them out and try and take that home. One Signal is our streaming sponsor. We are streaming live at that camera, so please don't knock it over. You can walk in front of it, it's fine. But all talks are being recorded, also from that same camera. Century is sponsoring our meals this week. Woo! And then our beverage sponsors of Embrace and Abstance. We also have a lot of scholarships and speakers that also help support the conference. Curtis from Slopes said he would donate one scholarship every year that Deep Dish is alive. So in 300 years, it's going to be all scholarships. And then we got Teleprompter Pro with Joe Allen donated a lot of scholarships as well. So thank you, Joe. SongShift, Make App Pie, and Mythic Momentum and Cascadable Core. And then we have John Shear and Caleb Harth as well that have helped support the conference. Okay, so keynote speakers. We have Cassidy as our opening speaker, and then MB is our closing keynote speaker. We have 4 indie devs, which is actually vibed out too small, so Claude apologizes. We have 4 indie speakers tomorrow, and then a handful of Swift, iOS, and other talks happening today, tomorrow, and Tuesday. We have Launch Live happening again. Charlie will, of course, take the stage with Eric Duffett, and Neem Sarah will also be back from last year. Malin and Kai are not here this year. I know, sad. But they still did the Slices Deep Dish podcast. If you have not listened to that yet, how am I doing on time, by the way? I took away my status bar in my simulator. Okay, perfect, cool. They still recorded all of the Slices Deep Dish Swift podcast episodes with all the speakers. I think a bunch of them are recorded, not sure if they all are, but it is a great introduction into the speakers, or post-traduction if you listen to it after the conference. I don't know what that word is. And then Morton did the Deep Dish app and updated it this year, even though he is also not here this year. Okay, time to get serious. We have a code of conduct. Mustafa read all of the words a few days ago. He told me the / URL did not work. That is corrected now. But we do have a code of conduct. Please follow it, read it. I will adhere to it myself. I think that's the right word. Pretty much just respect others and the hotel and staff. We have had no issues yet, so I don't expect any issues this year. Okay, end of serious, time for fun. Oh yeah, I already said this, but this is being streamed and recorded. If you need to rewatch a session because you stepped out or something, you can go to youtube.com/@deepdishswift. And then, without further ado, here is Cassidy. Cassidy.
Do you want me to go here and do a shot of Malort beforehand, or? No, that was a joke.
Okay, I'll do it.
Hello, everybody.
That.
Yes, please.
And not that.
Okay, I think I'm good.
All right.
I'm good, but I'm a little nervous.
There we go. All right, let's give a hand.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm a little nervous because I really misunderstood the purpose of this conference. I thought it was about eating deep dish swiftly. So I prepared, please hold. Hopefully I don't mess up my mic. I prepared an entire talk about pizza, and now we're gonna improv this. This is the perfect meal where it's not about pizza, but it might have been about pizza originally. So hello everybody, my name is Cassidy. I really like job is the technical side, and I happen to eat pizza, and we're just gonna roll with this. It'll be improv, it'll be fine. So outside of eating pizza, what I do day to day is work with developers. And so I work at GitHub. I'm Senior Director for Developer Advocacy there. And at GitHub, my role specifically is to work with open source developers and individual developers to make their lives a little bit better. We have all seen the world going a little bit more chaotic and moving way more quickly, which I'll figure out how to talk about a little bit in this pizza talk and what we've just talked about now during Josh's slides. But what I typically do and what I do day to day is say, how can we make the GitHub platform better? How can we make open source better? And how can we make developers feel comfortable and confident to be able to maintain and build open source software more? On my pizza, I like pepperoni, and I kind of keep it straight that way, sometimes mushrooms. So today, we're going to talk about coding. Deep Dish is a commitment, and you commit code. Okay, so let's you don't just casually eat deep dish, you commit to it. Anyway, this is going to be my agenda. We're going to go through the first slice, eating it right versus eating it too swiftly, sharing the pizza, and what you take home. So that first slice, when you first get a deep dish slice, you are very overwhelmed. But also, you're probably overwhelmed with the state of the industry right now. The industry is a lot right now. Between the platforms changing and the AI everything and layoffs and hiring shifts, it's the pace of change in general is so accelerated, it's overwhelming. And if you are feeling overwhelmed and you feel like it's a little bit too much, it's because it is. And we really are moving at a faster pace than ever before. And I feel like those who are learning now are both at an advantage and disadvantage because there's so much to learn. There's so many resources now. There's so many opportunities. But at the same time, everything is changing constantly. Where models and tools are going out of date more rapidly than ever before. Even just the slide that we saw earlier where it listed all the AI models, I looked at it and I was just like, okay, that one's out of date, that one doesn't exist anymore, that one's new now. There's just new things constantly. Things that I was building with 2 months ago don't exist now. And it's moving fast and breaking things just like we were doing 10 years ago, but this time is faster. And this time, honestly, personally, I'm a bit more okay with throwing things away more. And if things break, you kind of move on because it's easier to get started than ever. Even at GitHub, just in terms of the pace of change, we're seeing every engineer, on average, has doubled the number of PRs that they merge into the GitHub platform itself. And one of the #1 code contributors is just the Copilot code review, where it just reviews code and suggests changes, and then people implement it or use agents to implement it. And then the Copilot coding agent, I think it's the #1 contributor now to the GitHub code base. Don't make jokes about availability. But anyway, it's wild how fast we're moving and how fast things are changing. And continuing on the GitHub train, in 2025, we saw over 1 billion commits hit the platform, which is wild, the fact that we hit 1 billion commits. But now we're seeing around 205 million commits every single week. And the pace of change and contributions and people building all the time, always, is wild and once again, overwhelming. But it's not all bad. It's a cheese pull. So not everything is negative about where we are today. Like, anyone can order a deep dish, but also, once again, anyone can build now. Development being more accessible than ever is a really exciting thing because we can bring more people into the industry to not only build their ideas, but also to build things better and to move things in a direction where we can kind of guide it. And that's why conferences like this and communities in general are more important than ever. We need to be together as humans to be the components of a pizza. Now, if I were to lean a bit more into the metaphor, if you order a deep dish to your house, you have to cut the pizza yourself. You have to do that cheese pull yourself. You have to eat the pizza yourself. You're doing all of the different, you have all the ingredients, everything done yourself. If you order it at a restaurant, someone brings the pizza to you. They cut it for you. They do that cheese pull for you. They plop it on your plate. This is like code, right? I kind of call a lot of the eras of development sort of waves of development, where before, if we were to just lump everything pre-AI into just the humans were guiding it, that's like you have the pizza at your house, you're controlling everything. And then when, for example, GitHub Copilot came out, all of these tools started coming out, it was really just smart autocomplete, which was cool. And you had someone helping you cut up that pizza for you. It was nice to have something working alongside you very regularly. Then this next wave was where agents started to come in. And agents were not only auto-completing, doing the things for you, but you could say, could you actually make a file about this? And could you actually refactor this entire section? And now we're starting to really enter the next wave where it's orchestration, where we're not just saying, okay, agent, make this file, do this thing. We as developers are starting to orchestrate agents to do a fleet of tasks. And I don't know how to extend the pizza metaphor towards that, but that's what we're seeing happening more and more. And I'm not saying it this way to say that this is inevitable, this is happening, get over it. I do think that we have a lot of power in guiding it in this direction and being able to move in the way that we want the industry to move. But at the same time, our roles are changing. And we're seeing this pace of change, we're seeing this pace of development moving so quickly, so swiftly, that we have to frame how we want it to look. And we have to figure out, okay, how do we want orchestrating these agents to be? What does a software engineer look like a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I do think that we'll still have software engineers, but our roles are probably going to be looking different. Now we're going to be talking about eating things right versus eating things a little bit too swiftly. Now, I mentioned, once again, that we might be overwhelmed now and talking about new developers. So many new developers now think they have to just learn everything right now. And not even just new developers, it could be anybody. You feel like you have to understand every single new thing that comes out because there's so many new things that are coming out. There's so many tools that I haven't even tried yet just because I can't keep up. And it's my job to keep up. And the numbers reflecting it are actually fairly interesting, where we are very ahead of the curves as technical people, where of all developers, the most recent Stack Overflow survey said that about 85% of developers have touched AI in some way, have used it, which is a really significant percentage. But then when you look at that reflected to the entire world, something like the latest stats from Microsoft were about 84% of all humans have never touched AI in any way, shape, or form. And less than 1% actually use it day to day and pay for it. We are very, very ahead as developers, as a technical community, and so we're kind of leading this charge into the future, which is nerve-wracking, but exciting. And that also means that we have an opportunity to steward our communities, steward our technologies in a way that can be better for everybody, because the entire world is not moving at the exact same pace, but the world that we are in right now can help lead that charge in different ways. You know the meme, it's under the sauce, the ingredients. We're gonna work on all of these different ingredients here. Now, the crust of the deep dish pizza is structural. We'll call that our foundations and computer science fundamentals. I get asked probably every day, multiple times a day, is it still worth studying coding? Is it still worth studying computer science? I actually want to take a poll. Do you think it's worth studying computer science? Raise your hand if you think so. Wow, that's great. That's maybe 70% of the room or so. Yeah, I would say about that much. Now, I personally think that it's still good to know because you can understand why things work. Where there's a friend of mine, she lives here in Chicago, and she recently discovered the whole concept of vibe coding. She is not technical in any way, shape, or form. The most tech she uses is an Excel spreadsheet for her day-to-day work. And she started experimenting with these agentic computers. She tried OpenClaw of all things, and just kind of saying like, I can make it do this, I can make it do this. And she came to me after about 2 weeks of just like constantly vibing, trying to make things work, and said, Cassidy, I made a personal website. And I not only made a personal website, I didn't have to use like Squarespace or WordPress or anything. I made the entire backend for the website. I also made an online community where people can come and suggest the types of art that they want me to paint, and they can also message each other. And I can also accept payments for commissions on this website. Do you hear all the red flags? You could just, if my friend watches this video later, you did a great job. So she had me look through the code, and I was like, I really love that you did this. I can see your password is admin123 just from inspecting elements on the website. And the more we looked at it, a friend of mine I pulled in, I was like, I need backup. Let's just figure out the feedback that we can give her. You can't have a messaging app without a whole lot of security. And I think all of us know this. You can't necessarily accept payments unless you have a solid payment processor who has dealt with that type of security before. We could see every PayPal transaction that she's ever had somehow on this website. I don't even know how you manage that. We were able to see her entire CMS without being authenticated in. It was rough. It looked great. It worked for her, but the more we looked into it, the more we were like, this is not something that should ever leave your computer. And then she also asked how to move it off of localhost, which that was a whole other thing. It's fine. We figured it out. Those fundamentals matter. And this is just a silly example, but it is a real human that's actually in my life that implemented a website like this. And there are countless others that are like that who are really good at finally shipping something. And I don't want to necessarily call it slop all the time, but it's something that might look good, that might generally get the job done. But we need to figure out, how do we educate people the correct way to understand the fundamentals, where they might not necessarily need to know the difference between a queue and a stack, or the difference between merge sort and quick sort. But they should probably know some of the fundamentals of building things that are secure, that will last, and that won't just bite them in the butt later. Because even though, yes, they could probably say to an AI tool, fix it, don't make any mistakes. It's a joke, but that's pretty much the extent of the debugging that we're seeing from new folks right now. And so we need to figure out, okay, we need to steward technologies towards them and make things work well for the power users. Like pretty much everybody in this room is probably a power user, even if you don't use AI regularly, purely because of your experience, and for the new people who are getting into the industry. Over-relying on AI in general, it does have a lot of cons. That was just an example of a new person, but in general, you can't just, the pizza won't chew itself. You know, that slide is kind of hard to work with, so I'm just gonna go off of what I've been talking about. I'm probably preaching to the choir here when I talk about these kinds of fundamentals that matter, but that doesn't mean that it's all bad. there's a whole lot of acceleration happening and a lot of things getting shipped, a lot of cool ideas. I've used so many more domain names in the past couple years than I have in most of my career, just because I'm not squatting on them for forever thinking about the perfect way to build a project. I'm coming up with the architecture, having some AI tools help me with it, and then doing the polished parts and the things that I think is most interesting. Now, as you think about scaling your projects, whether it's for your company or for your individual self, debugging code that isn't necessarily right and defending decisions that you didn't make is particularly tough. And I mentioned open source. Again, I work at GitHub. I deal with a lot of open source right now. Open source maintainers are drowning right now. There is so many levels of pull requests, but also issues and triage and people thinking that they have to be able to contribute to all of the different projects to make things happen. I don't know if you all saw, there was a story about OpenClaw that went a little bit viral a couple weeks ago where they wanted their project to exist. And I'm paraphrasing some of the details to move through time here. But they wanted their project to exist and they said, make it happen at all costs to their Claw instance, which is not good. And so the Claw, I'm just gonna call it that, started implementing this app that they were working on, and it was using the Matplotlib library for data visualization stuff. I think it was some kind of financial dashboard. The Claw tried to make a pull request to Matplotlib for a specific feature that it needed for this app. It didn't have to go in that direction. It could have implemented its own library, could have done something, but the decision it made when it kind of went rogue was to make this pull request. The maintainer rightfully was just like, no, we don't need this. This is a very big library that thousands, if not millions of apps use. Let's get rid of it. Let's just close this pull request. The Claw kept thinking, I have to do it at all costs. So instead of going off and building a different library, it just did what it was gonna do. It ended up researching that maintainer, getting all of their commit history, getting a bunch of information about them, writing an article saying how much of a hypocrite this maintainer was, making a website and then publishing said article, and then blackmailed the maintainer saying, hey, merge my pull request or this is staying up forever, which is ridiculous. And so that's kind of like the insanity of AI right now, not just in, oh my gosh, there's thousands of pull requests coming in, which is a very real problem, but there's a lot of agents just doing things, and that's scary. And so we need to put guardrails in place, but we also need to figure out how do we add friction without just gatekeeping everything. I think historically in open source, when you really want to get involved in a project, there is a level of friction. You read the contribution guidelines, you might get to know the contributors and maintainers a little bit more, you figure out, okay, where in the code base is it okay for me to live? And then you would make your changes, you would hopefully get your PR submitted, and then you can slowly build trust in that community. And I do think that for what it's worth, that was a little bit friction heavy, but at the same time, it made sure that software getting merged was really, really vetted. Now people are skipping all of those steps. And they might have a Claw running, they might have various instances of other apps running, or they might just be on their computer telling some kind of tool to say, hey, implement this change, I'm gonna make the pull request, and go. And that friction going away, I think that friction was pretty good. But at the same time, we don't want to just say, nope, no AI allowed, because that's not really a reality at this point. There's so many developers using it. And so we have to figure out that balance of how do we create a system where we can potentially vouch for different humans that are using AI tools? How can we vet code in different ways? How can we label things in different ways? A lot of things that my team specifically is working on is specifically platform stuff that has nothing to do with AI, but because AI is being embedded everywhere, because that's just the reality of things, we need the performance of things to be a little bit better. We need new labels to be available for different issues and pull requests and repositories. We need contributing guidelines to be more prominent. We need a lot of things just to make it easier in general for people to contribute, but also at the same time, keep some of that friction and regulation as a part of it. And it's a very, very challenging problem to solve. If you have thoughts, I would love to hear them after this talk, just because it's something that we are actively talking about every single day. Now, in terms of actually eating, there's this phrase that slow is smooth and smooth is fast, and you have to digest things slowly. But once again, I do think that AI is not all bad because it is an accelerator, particularly for people who do have a lot of fundamentals, who know what they want to do, and they could say, okay, this is good, this is not good, and make those changes. It's, I think, the strongest when it's a learning accelerator. When you use it to explore unfamiliar territory, and when you use it to say, like, okay, I know most of this, and I can use it to fill certain gaps that I might need to be filled. Pre-AI, chances are you have copied and pasted from Stack Overflow at some point. And when you were building tools, the best way to learn was to try something, probably fail at it, ask on Stack Overflow or ask some kind of engineer, some person on your team to say, why did this break? And figure it out as you go, work through the issues. Successes are very fun, but you learn a lot more from the times where you were debugging things for a really long time, and then later when you're working on an app, you're like, no, don't touch that. That's unholy. And then you can explain why to the people around you. Now, with a lot of these AI tools, there's not less mistakes to learn from, but there's different mistakes to learn from. And that's where a lot of the shifts are happening, where if I'm pair programming with someone, or for example, my friend that I made earlier, or that I mentioned earlier, when I was saying, oh, with this part of the website, you can ignore that, let's just do this, she didn't fully understand why I was saying, oh, you can ignore that. She didn't understand the concept because she doesn't have those things where I learned the try and true methods of saying, like, okay, it's not that you don't need to understand it, it's just this part is not the thing that you have to worry about just yet, and understanding the order of things, how things should be done. And when you're doing that kind of trial and erroring with another person, it's something that, once again, just happens less now with AI, and so we need to figure out how to kind of bridge that divide, where you don't need to know every single nook and cranny of a code base anymore, but it helps. And using these AI tools to learn the different parts of the code base to figure out, okay, you're implementing this, why are you implementing this? And kind of adding those sorts of, not necessarily prompts, but changes to how you work with it instead of saying, just make it and go, will help you ask questions more and gain knowledge rather than replacing your knowledge. And that's something that we have to really help younger developers and newer developers to figure out, okay, it's okay if you get things wrong, you need to learn from this. I work with a lot of students and educators on the day-to-day, and a lot of times there are educators where they say, right now a lot of my students are really afraid of being wrong. Where I'll be working with them, it doesn't even need to be about code, it could be about an English paper, where they're talking to their students saying, like, okay, but why did the character make this decision? Why did this happen? And the students will say, can't I just look this up on ChatGPT? I'm gonna get it wrong. I might as well get the right answer to give it to you. And that's not the point. The point is to do that learning, but we're in a really weird phase of the world right now, not just in tech, but in general, where friction has been removed in so many places that people aren't retaining the information and can just get to the instant gratification of correctness. And that is both fun to get to that point, but also scary because, once again, you just don't learn as much from it. Which brings me to sharing the pizza. Whoa. Okay. So when it comes to sharing pizza, when you give a slice of pizza to someone, you no longer have that pizza. But when it comes to knowledge, you keep the knowledge and you're just sharing it. So there's a phrase that I really like, a rising tide lifts all boats. And when you pay it forward with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of context, with how to build certain things, with everything changing in the industry, the only real way to be ahead in general is to do as much learning in public as you can and sharing things and not guarding that information, not guarding that last slice. Now, this can look like a lot of different things. It can be tempting sometimes when you're working with someone to do what I say, where I'm just like, just trust me, Don't worry about it. Trust me, bro, on architecture decisions. Or it's not worth explaining. Don't worry about it. You're going to be working on these things. But if you want your team to move forward, you can't have that scarcity mindset about knowledge. It needs to be shared probably now more than ever. There's a lot of fear right now that I think this type of scarcity mindset comes from, where there's a fear of being replaced, especially with all of these AI tools. People are afraid that AI is going to take their jobs. Or there's a fear of our craft going away. I know that a lot of people like to build and a lot of people like to code. Sometimes those are different things, sometimes those are similar things. And there are times where I'll tell AI to do something and I'll look at it and be just like, dang, I would have made that animation myself, but at least it's done. But it's a very weird relationship we have with building right now. And I think that if you're not sharing that kind of knowledge and you're just hoarding it because you're like, no, I want to be the best at this sort of thing, this was my thing for so many years, that will only hold you back. And it's important to do that kind of learning. The best thing you can do with a good slice and hand it to someone else, but pizza is better when it's shared with friends, but knowledge is too, because when you have that context and you're able to share it with others, you can get their context added on, and it's just improved. I think that right now there's a lot of companies doing a lot of short-sighted hiring, where they're hiring senior engineers who can just get up and running and go. If they have AI tools, great, just get up and running and go. But that's great in the short term, but in the long term, the best engineers are the ones who have taught others. And it's really important to hire junior engineers to bring in less experienced developers into your companies, because teaching those people who have a different level of experience than you, who have a different background than you, are the ones who will help you become a better engineer because you've taught them more. Now, once again, I think in this era of all of the AI things, I didn't want this to be an all AI talk, it was going to be about pizza, but it's a thing. In this era, that type of mentorship is hard to come by, because everybody can, once again, just ask a ChatGPT or just get something. But that's how you get really, really generic answers that don't necessarily have all the context that a fellow engineer might have at your company. That's a really great way to kind of get something quickly and not learn from mistakes and everything. Being able to get that knowledge as a mentee and give that knowledge as a mentor is a great way to just build both of your knowledge together. And it's really, really important. And honestly, if that's the one thing that I can tell you today, is do that type of sharing with other people. Another phrase that I really like is lift as you climb, where as you move up in your career, there's going to be gaps behind you. And so you need to lift people up to the places where you're leaving behind as you grow, so that way the community can be better overall. Now, the leftovers. I think leftover pizza is pretty good, and I often prefer it. And when I say leftovers, this metaphor is knowledge leftovers. And I mean your notes, or your documentation, or your examples, or your tests, or your demos, or your postmortems, or your Slack threads that are pasted into a document. Just all of these different examples, even conference talks, you could use that as a piece of knowledge, leftovers. This is knowledge that you can share with others. It doesn't necessarily have to be public on a blog or on social media. It could just be for the people that you're trying to learn from. It could be for the people that you're trying to learn with, for your teammates. And your future self is a teammate as well. You want to be able to come back to some code base or come back to some area of tech and not have to completely regain all new context again. And having that information organized for you, having everything in a place where, once again, with everything going so fast, there could be interruptions as you're trying to get up and running again. You can reduce those interruptions so you can move faster, better together. And so you want to label your pizza boxes that you bring home with when did you bring it home, how much is left, what's in it. This is all, once again, a metaphor. But once again, a simple test for all of your leftovers are, if you were to open a fridge in a few days, would you know what's in that box? Is it going to be a gross pizza, or is it something that you can eat right away? And this goes for your knowledge leftovers too. And I do think that the best document or note is one that exists. A lot of times we do try to make the perfect system for everything, and then we end up abandoning the system because you have to learn the system to use the system. Make something that is findable. If you can find a searchable note, that is what matters. And imagine your tools go down. Let's just say you don't have GitHub Copilot or Claude Code or Cursor or any of these other tools. Imagine that they just go down. Imagine your Git provider goes down. Imagine your internet goes down. How much would you be able to actually accomplish if you could just use the knowledge that you have in your team, the knowledge in your head, the knowledge that is documented? You have to optimize for those days where you might have forgotten everything and make things easy to find and figure out how to learn in public and share with others and feed everyone your pizza. Thank you.
My foot fell asleep, so hopefully I don't fall on the way to the stage right now.
Okay, I'd like to see it.
Okay, thank you very much. If every talk and thing in life was about deep dish, I'd probably be a lot smarter than I am right now. I learned a lot in that one because it was very themed. Hope you all also learned a lot. I don't think. Wait, I was gonna do questions. You can go.
Oh yeah,
no.
you can do questions.
Oh, I guess
I wasn't sure.
we got some time. Does anybody want to do questions? Anybody got?
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these dials. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my time. Little gloss on every the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Hey! Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before. Version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings. We're back in that age. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out HUD. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Hey! Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's
All right. Get my props right here. So first off, I want to thank Josh and Carrie and the rest of the Deep Dish staff for organizing this conference. Let's give them a big round of applause. I remember when Deep Dish was 2023. The first one was first announced, and I'm like, oh, I really should go to this. This thing looks really fun. But then, life got in the way, hem and haw, and I didn't go. Then I saw all the photos and all the tweets, and I don't know if Mastodon was around at the time. I was like, I got regret. So I vowed to come back, and I've been here for 3 years. And 2026, I'm really happy to be on stage talking to you about the long game for indie developers. Now, as everyone surely knows, Apple celebrated its 50th anniversary earlier this month. And I've been using Apple products for almost that same amount of time. Here's a photograph of me when I was using Apple II computer, okay? Now, you could see, there's like that floppy disk drive, and we actually had a cassette tape storage system. I don't know how many people remember that, until we got the second disk drive. And look at those game paddles there on top of the Apple II. And more importantly, look how cute I was back then, okay? Now, I'm looking out into the crowd, and I see developers of all ages here. And some of you people, I know you've been using the Apple II around the same time that I was using, because now I'm like 51 years old, and we were all kids back then. So some of you followed a similar path to me. And when Apple was the scrappy upstart and not the behemoth it is today. So, quick poll. Raise your hand if you grew up in the era of the Apple II. Okay, everyone look around. Now you have something to talk to about other people. Like, what was your favorite Apple II Plus, Apple IIe, whatever? Raise your hand if you grew up in the age of the classic Macintosh. Huh? See a few more hands. Again, look around the crowd and see, what was your favorite one? Did you have the wicked fast Macintosh 2FX? That cost like $10,000? Or were you like Mac LC, low cost, but it had color? Now, raise your hand if the first Mac was the iMac or the iPod. Okay? Again, you have something to talk about. And finally, raise your hand if your first Apple experience was with the iPhone or the iPad. Okay, just a few. I see a few over there. Now, I don't think there's any babies involved here, so no Apple Vision Pro. I won't have them raise their hand for Apple Vision Pro. So, now, I don't know what became of that Apple II computer back then, but whatever it did, it ignited in me 45 years ago that fire that still burns bright today. I still love Apple products, and I still build for them. So how did I get from that kid with the Apple II to right here standing in front of you today? So like Apple itself, my indie developer journey has had its shares of ups and downs, good years and lean years, moments where I thought I was too early, moments where I was definitely wrong, and moments where I had to reinvent myself entirely. And that's what this talk is all about. So this isn't just some nostalgia tour through old stories, pictures of hardware, software, and stuff. There's going to be plenty of that, though. It's about what it takes to stay in the game so that you have multiple acts during your career. And over time, I've come to believe that the long game in indie development isn't about betting your whole identity on one single product. It's about understanding what drives you, choosing the right problems, adapting as the tools evolve, and paying attention to the people around you. So today, I want to frame this presentation around 4 questions that have shaped my journey. Number 1, why are you here? What problem are you trying to solve? How do you build when the tools keep evolving? And who is around you on this journey? Now, I didn't have these written down growing up, but looking back, all these questions were right there. They're always following me. And if you can relate to just one of these little points, I'll consider this talk a success. And there aren't many slides where you have to write things down, so just enjoy. So now, let me take you back to 1997. I'm about to graduate from college. My classmates are all getting jobs at early startups like Google and Yahoo, or heading off to grad school, and I'm bombing my first interview with a management consulting company. And I remember the question that they posed to me at the time was, how many balls can fit in a bus? And I thought to myself, that's a stupid question. And it was in that moment I decided to become an indie developer. Okay. Now, I already had a couple of apps out for the Newton, Apple's early handheld computer, including Alarm Clock, right here, Stylus Plus, Corrector Plus, Backlight Plus, NHTML, and NBattleship. Now, I'll come back to how I got started in the Newton later in the presentation, because that really matters. And I was also working on this supercharged notes app called HyperNewt, which in my mind was going to bring big money. Now, a little aside, do you remember how people used to buy software? Back then, you bought software in a box at a computer store. Okay? For indie developers, there was shareware. And what happened was, this is before App Store, before PayPal, people would send me checks to my P.O. box at Stanford or to my home. I would get the check, I would write them an email with the registration code keyed to their name. So I'm very glad that the App Store exists today. Do I wish the fees were lower? Of course, okay? But they handle all the business and tax stuff, so I can concentrate solely on making great apps. Now, App Store Connect, on the other hand, that's another story. They can definitely improve that. 1997 was also a very challenging period for Apple. It's been often said that Apple was just 90 days from going bankrupt. And despite all this chaos that was happening around Apple, I was all in on the Newton. At 22, I thought I was betting on the future, and I was right. Okay? Mobile computing was the future. I was just wrong about where, when, how, and which platform was going to be the one that succeeded. So earlier in 1997, Apple had announced plans to spin off the Newton division into a wholly owned subsidiary called Newton Inc. Then Next came back into the picture. Jobs gave his fireside chat at WWDC. Gil Amelio was kicked out. Steve Jobs came back as the interim CEO. And then on August 6, 1997, Macworld Boston, they had the Microsoft deal announcement. Who here remembers that? Okay, good, we got some hands. Bill Gates was like huge in the back of the screen, kind of like Big Brother, like the 1984 commercial, and Steve Jobs was just like standing there. So it was a memorable moment. The next day, I'm walking in Palo Alto by Hama's Brown Rice Sushi on California Avenue. There's a dark Mercedes parked right in front of this little hole-in-the-wall sushi restaurant. And who do I see walking out with takeout? Not your favorite DoorDash or Uber Eats driver, Steve Jobs. Now, I've never been one to come up with some pithy remark like on the spot. So the best that I could say was, "Nice speech yesterday," to which he replied, "Thanks." I wrote him an email shortly after that encounter with the subject line, Hama's Brown Rice Sushi. That way he knew to click on it, okay? And in it, I asked him about the future of Newton, considering the cancellation of the Newton spinoff at Apple. And to my surprise, he wrote back. Now, I won't read the whole thing here, but the short version is this. He said that eMail has a bright future inside Apple, but he was less sure about the message pad. And after I read this email, it's a very long email from Steve Jobs, I remember thinking there might still be a path to success for Newton within Apple. But no, that was the naive 22-year-old me talking. The Newton was already destined for the chopping block. In order for Apple to survive, Newton had to die. And that became a reality on February 27th, 1998. And that, in turn, prompted me to organize the Newton protest on March 6th, 1998. I went through all the right channels. I contacted the police. I contacted Apple. I made it clear to them that we were organizing a peaceful protest. We had signs, and I even wore a suit, good Lord, to that event. Never again. Now, I didn't seriously think that they were going to change their minds, but I did want to make it known to Apple that Newton mattered. Newton mattered to its fans and to its users. And Apple, to its credit, they sent out milk and cookies to the protesters that day. Years later, I saw Steve Jobs' email to Apple employees from that day. In it, he said that some people were understandably upset that Apple had reserved a space for the protesters and that they would provide coffee and hot drinks because it might be cold. He made it clear that the decision was unlikely to be reversed, but he also wanted employees to welcome Newton customers and developers who came to protest. I'll give you a chance to finish reading that. Have you all read the Make Something Wonderful? It's on like the Steve Jobs archive. It's a really good book. Okay, and then there's my favorite part of the story, something I learned decades later. March 6th, 1998, was Tim Cook's first day at Apple. He had to walk through the picket line to get into the building. Years later, he reflected on that moment and said that he had been involved in thousands of product announcements and withdrawals, and nobody cared. Then, suddenly, he was at a company where people cared so much about a product that they were outside protesting its demise. He said he knew at that moment life was going to be different. And I love this story because it says something important. Products matter, communities matter, and the emotional connection people have to technology is very real. You all know that. But there's another lesson here too. My mistake wasn't believing too much in handhelds. My mistake was believing too narrowly in the Newton. So, when the Newton died, I went over to the other side. Not Microsoft, Palm. Palm devices at the time were smaller, cheaper, but they're also more limited and less ambitious. But, important thing, they sold well, they were very successful. And I worked on some interesting products there, such as the Palm 7 wireless handheld and the Palm i705. But honestly, I'll admit to you guys, my heart wasn't fully into it, okay? Because I was all in on the Newton, and I thought that was the future of mobile computing, and Palm just didn't measure up. At 22, though, I didn't have the foresight to understand that products and technologies die, but they might become the soil which fertilizes the things that come next. I didn't know how to let go, and that closed me off for several years. So, even though I got emotionally stuck, life kept moving, and I kept moving. And in hindsight, that period turned out to be less of a dead end and more of a widening of perspective. Newton ended, but the underlying lesson didn't. I was still drawn to tools that help people do things better. I just didn't yet realize that some of the best opportunities wouldn't come from chasing the next shiny object. They would come from solving practical problems, learning adjacent skills, and paying attention to how people actually worked. And I think my presentation just died. No? The slides. Okay. So I wandered a bit. I worked at startups. I got deep into digital photography. I got involved with social entrepreneurship at Stanford. I blogged, 20th Anniversary Mac. I did web design, and I made a documentary film. So after leaving my second startup, I was still dabbling in website design, and I ended up making corporate sites for clients such as Meraki, iFi, and Verifone. That led me to working with my friend Alex King on allthingsd.com, the new digital news site run by Walt Mossberg and Kara Swisher that was owned at the time by the Wall Street Journal. And that kicked off a long 15-year detour into tech journalism, where I got to see the other side of technology, not just the people building it, but the people covering it, and watching the industry shift in real time. I was documenting Apple as it evolved from the introduction of the iPad and iPhone to WWDC year after year to moments like AntennaGate and Steve Jobs' final keynote. I was learning and watching how products were introduced, how platforms evolved, and how entire categories of technology took shape. Now, on the surface, this might sound like I had left the indie developer community behind. But in another sense, I kept finding myself in front of new technologies, new waves, digital photography, blogging, web design, and trying to understand how these emerging technologies and tools were changing what people could do. And around that same time, something else was starting as well. So in 2006, Alex came to me with an idea for an app. Like me, he used Apple Mail and wanted a way to file messages using only the keyboard, similar to what you could do in Mozilla Thunderbird or Eudora. And that was the birth of Message Filer. Message Filer was not glamorous. It was not a moonshot. It did not scream future of computing. It solved a concrete problem for people who used Apple Mail heavily, and they wanted a way to move and file messages faster. And 20 years later, that kind of practical usefulness has outlived a lot of the other products, flashier ideas that I've had. Now, let's talk about tools. As a kid, I'll admit, I never knew how to program for the Mac. ThinkC and Macintosh Programmers Workshop were like the main ways you make Mac apps. And later came MetroWorks CodeWarrior. But honestly, all of it felt like Greek to me. I was more interested in the final result and not really interested in wrestling with event loops or memory management. Who here can relate to that? Okay, a few people. Because all you new people don't have to worry about memory management. Okay, back then there was no YouTube, no Khan Academy, and no OpenAI codex. So I wasn't completely stuck. I could still build things with the technologies at the time, like AppleScript, HyperCard, and QuickKeys. Still, serious Mac development felt out of reach. Then the Newton arrived in 1993. And I saw it, as you know, as the future of computing. I read every article you could find about it. As a freshman at Stanford, I had one of the original Newton message pads, and I told everyone in the dorm that everyone was going to have one of these someday, including the future CTO of Facebook. And I remember this one story. I was actually taking the subway, the train, CTA Blue train, from the airport into Chicago, and everyone on the train was like glued to their screens. How many people can relate to that? Yeah. And when I was a junior at Stanford in Paris, I was on the subway, I had my Newton, and I was like using my little scribble pad, and everyone else was like reading a book, reading the newspaper, or actually talking to people. And it's interesting that I look up today and it's like, I was right, okay? But in some ways, it's maybe not such a good idea that everyone's just like looking at their screens. But you can see that's my why. That's how I got all in on mobile computing. It's because of the Newton. And more importantly, I could actually build for it. Newton Toolkit abstracted development to the point where I could finally, it was like a Lego set. I could just build things, drag things, and build things and connect things. Newton Script, integrated UI views, built-in persistence, system-level managed event handling. All that meant I could focus more on features and behavior instead of the plumbing, okay? I knew what I wanted to build, and for the first time, the tools matched how my brain worked. And that's really important to me. Because every now and then, a tool comes that changes not just how fast you can build, but what you think you're capable of building. Newton Toolkit did that for me in the 90s, and then much later, SwiftUI did it again. So at WWDC 2019, Apple introduced SwiftUI. And for me, this was a seismic event. For the first time in many years, I felt like I could, again, create applications with creativity, efficiently, and easily. And I didn't have to concern myself with delegates and coordinators if I didn't want to, and I didn't have to wrestle again with all that plumbing. And blessedly, there are far fewer square brackets, okay? Who here loves Objective-C? Anyone? Okay. I didn't like Objective-C that much. I could express what I wanted in a simple, declarative way, and SwiftUI would handle the rest. So suddenly, the question wasn't, how do I build this thing? It was, what should I build? And that was my return to indie app development. My first app in that era was LaunchCuts, which brought folders, tags, and more to shortcuts. I followed that up with MFC Deck, which allowed you to use shortcuts as a backend for a widget-like dashboard. Now, everyone here in the room is an Apple person, so you know in 2020, iOS 14 came out, and what did they come out with? Folder support and shortcuts and home screen widgets. Okay, there's a term for this. I can't quite put my finger on it. Sherlocked, that's it. Now, I knew the writing was on the wall for LaunchCuts. Everyone knew Apple was eventually going to add folders. Okay? That didn't dissuade me from building it, however, because I saw there was a need and a window of time before Apple would eventually do it. They have their iOS 13, and you have to wait like a year for iOS 14. So, and that's another thing that I've learned that I want to impart on you. A product does not have to last forever to be worth building. Sometimes the opportunity is temporary. Sometimes you're early to a problem that Apple or someone else is going to address. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't build it. It just means you have to have an open mind and open eyes to the opportunity and what might happen in the future. Now, with MFC Deck, on the other hand, the product landed right before WWDC 2020. And it landed with a thud. The idea was sound, but when it's just you against everyone else, you need to know when to fold, okay? LaunchCuts had a decent 7-month run, and even so, it still had features that Apple hasn't incorporated into shortcuts, such as tags, resizable icons, better views. It would have taken a lot of work on my end and marketing to grow in a market that was small and niche. Not to mention, I think shortcut users, they don't like to pay for apps. But because of what I learned from the Newton, I was much better prepared this time. Not every project is going to be a hit. Not every app deserves forever. Knowing when to sunset something is a key skill. But the long game isn't really about knowing when to let a product die. It's also knowing when something still matters enough to keep fighting for it. For years, Apple Mail plugins lived outside the App Store and had deep access to Mail's internals. And that's what made them so powerful. You could do things that Apple never officially supported. How many people use the Mail plugin? Okay, so just a few people, okay? But they also relied on undocumented behavior, and they had this compatibility UUID requirement that meant you had to keep updating your plugin to make it work with each point release and major update of macOS. Then, with macOS Monterey, Apple said plugins are going away. And 2 years later, with macOS Sonoma, plugins were gone. This was not Sherlocking, this was extinction. MailKit, Apple's new framework for extending mail, was and still is woefully inadequate to support the kinds of things that MessageFiler did. And I honestly thought MessageFiler was finished. I even wrote a blog post about it on my website mentioning that. So 2006 to 2023. But there's a funny thing. When you leave full-time employment and become a full-time indie developer, you suddenly have more time to investigate, more time to troubleshoot, more time to rethink the problem. And that's how MessageFiler 4 was born in 2024 as a modern SwiftUI application that's powered by AppleScript still for macOS Sonoma, Sequoia, and Tahoe. So sometimes the long game means letting go. Also, sometimes it means rebuilding. So I've had products that have run their course. Some were sunsetted, some were Sherlock, and some I rebuilt from the ground up. And my next breakthrough came from looking somewhere new, exploring something I didn't know much about, paying attention to what was changing, and noting the gaps that hadn't been filled yet. That's what happened in 2020. If you remember 2020, that's when COVID shut down the world. At the time, I was working at Vox Media, the successor to All Things D and Recode, working on live in-person events. And within days, we had to pivot to hybrid events and online-only events. I figured this was a good time to learn something new and learn about streaming, so I bought myself a Blackmagic ATEM Mini Pro from Blackmagic Design. Now, I already had some AV gear at home, a DSLR that could output to HDMI. I had microphones and other bits and pieces. And I wasn't using that gear for photography anymore. I was using it for video and live production. Now, I love the hardware on an ATEM Mini, but I also felt its limitations pretty quickly. There are a lot of things that you couldn't do from the hardware, pushing the buttons, that you can do from ATEM software control software that was on the Mac and the PC. And all I really wanted was one extra button, literally a way to turn on the downstream keyer on my iPhone. And you can see the downstream keyer appearing right here. And this was the birth of MixEffect, which has become my most popular app to date. And MixEffect is important in the story because in a lot of ways I hadn't changed. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I saw an opportunity, I was using the gear myself, I noticed what was missing, so I built something small and I just kept building and building and building. And it turned out There are a lot of other people using ATEM switchers who thought the same thing, and they're willing to pay to use it. And they didn't just use it, they told other people about it. So Josh, next year, mix effect, okay? Got it. Good. So now we get to today. I'm still running my business as a solo indie developer. I'm just one person here. And there are limits to that. Look, Swift UI improvements in 2026 are not going to solve everything. There are still holes in my skill set, and entire frameworks still seem like black boxes to me. If I wanted to do something new, it would take weeks or months to learn about it and come up with something, and it just still might be, half-assed. And that's where LLM and AI coding agents come in. For most of my career, the ceiling on what I could do was limited by what I personally knew how to do. Now with these things, the ceiling is much higher. And if you're not taking advantage of these tools, you will be left behind. Over the past year, I've been able to release new applications, features, and updates that would have taken me far longer without AI coding agents and tools, such as Route Effect to control Blackmagic Design video hubs. Message Filer added machine learning and intelligent filing suggestions. Look Straight uses vision analysis and landmark analysis to perform actions when you move your head up and down. And Action Phrase, which involves voice control and deep integration with video production hardware, software, and services. Now, are the AI tools perfect? Of course not, but they're getting better all the time, and they can turn my weak points into strong points. They have access to far more knowledge than I can possibly learn about algorithms, frameworks, and programming languages. And before, development felt much more like serial execution. And now I'm parallelizing everything. I've become the human embodiment of Grand Central Dispatch, async await, and Swift concurrency. So that doesn't mean my work is effortless. It just means that many of the bottlenecks are gone. And I'm preaching to the choir here. You all know this. And to me, though, this is one of the most exciting things about being an indie developer right now. This is another moment, like Newton Toolkit and Swift UI were for me earlier in my career, where the tools are reshaping what I can do, what you can do, and really what we all can do. But the longer I do this, the more I realize the long game isn't about products and platforms, it's about people. You might be an indie developer, and you might have 5 to 10 AI coding agents helping you, but you're still not doing it alone. You have friends and family cheering you on. You have customers who are providing you feedback and hopefully paying you. You have collaborators, and you have this broader community of developers who are all on the same journey. And this has been true for me at every stage: the Newton community, digital photography circles, blogging, coworkers, and iOS developer communities like this one. And I think the older I get, the more aware I become that communities aren't permanent either. Just as technologies come and go, the people you meet in life do too. Right now, our orbits are intertwined at Deep Dish Swift. We're communicating, commiserating, laughing, helping, and later tonight, partying together. Yet there's people at home who are waiting for us: kids, spouses, parents. We're not guaranteed tomorrow, and there may not be as many tomorrows as we'd like for some of the people we care about. At the Computer History Museum event celebrating Apple's 50 years, there are many mentions of people who were instrumental in Apple's creation and success who are no longer here, including Steve Jobs and Bill Atkinson. For me, I think about people like Alex King, who got my foot in the door with Walt Mossberg and Kara Swisher at All Things D and gave me the idea for Message Filer. Sadly, Alex passed away 11 years ago. I also think about members from the Newton community and the photography community who are no longer here as well. So one of the reasons why I care so much about the long game now is I've come to see time as one of the most precious commodities, maybe more so than money. That perspective gives me the freedom to spend time with aging parents and loved ones, to choose what I want to work on, and to appreciate the people who have got me to where I am today. So, when I say play the long game, I don't just mean keep shipping apps forever. I mean, determine what truly drives you to be an indie developer. Solve problems that matter, even if they seem small. Use the tools that expand what you can do. Know when to pivot, know when to let go, know when to rebuild, and don't do it in isolation. Because if you stay adaptable, keep learning, and stay in the game long enough, you may find yourself coming full circle. What I'm doing now is in many ways exactly what I wanted to do graduating college, but I'm doing it from a very different perspective and life situation right now. I got a house, a family, a kid, aging parents, had to pay for health insurance, very expensive, and a much fuller understanding of time, risk, and what really matters. I've been an indie developer for over 30 years. And let me tell you, 30 years will go by in a blink. So play the long game with indie development. Hopefully, you won't take nearly as long to figure this out as I did. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Yes. Do we have any questions for Adam?
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Hey. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my time. Little glow high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these dials, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before. Version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings. We're back in that age. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall.
Josh invited me for a date and then stood me up. Give me my slides, please. Good afternoon, everyone. It's pretty exciting to be over here in Chicago. I've been following along from afar for Deep Dish for the last few years, so it's pretty cool to actually be in the room with all of you. Just waiting on my slides, so I'm just going to vamp for time. There we go. Cool, thank you. So this afternoon we're going to be looking at good interface design and how we can solve novel problems with UI. I was going to have this as my opening slide. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Alpha Sausage. I feel like Comic Sans gets all of the love as a terrible font, but I think it's time that we made Alpha Sausage the go-to. I wasn't quite confident enough to have it as the opening slide, but there it is. Maybe you can use that next year, Josh. So a quick bit about me before we really get started. My name's Devin, and I live in New Zealand, in the South Island, sort of near that little nubbin that sticks out in a town called Christchurch. I've got a wife and 3 kids that are back home at the moment. And I guess a little bit about my career getting started in iOS development. I started at a company called Smudge in Christchurch, which is an agency, so we build apps for a range of different customers, often mostly businesses. This is a really cool first job and where I kind of learnt all of my iOS skills and got a lot of cool opportunities. One of the main apps that we worked on when I worked there was for the New Zealand Police. And so they use an app for all of their sort of roadside paperwork and reporting that they're doing. And so it was pretty cool to get to spend some time in the back of a police car, riding around and seeing what that job looked like from the inside. While I was working at Smudge, in my evenings, I started working on a recipe manager, which became known as Crouton. And it really just started as a simple way to help me with the meal planning that I was doing during the week. But over time, it became, I guess, a fully fledged meal planner and works across a range of Apple's different platforms. In 2024, they were handing out design awards, and so I got very lucky, and that was a pretty crazy experience. I got to meet Craig, and he was kind enough to point at my cube and pretend to know who I was, which was very validating. And now the cube lives on my desk and reminds me that I peaked in 2024. With the big uptick in downloads with Crouton from the Design Award, I was able to go full-time indie, which was pretty exciting. I was only actually an indie developer for 6 months, because in that time I started doing some contract work for a company called Combustion. In Combustion, they make a predictive thermometer that you use for your cooking, so you can pop it in your steak or your bread or anything really, and it will give you information about the food as it cooks and give you even a prediction about how long it's going to take to be done. And through doing some work with them on their app, we sort of got talking, and that led to Crouton being acquired by Combustion. And so now I work with them on their app and also Crouton side by side, which is pretty fun. So that's a little bit about me. I think before we jump into the talk proper, it's probably a good idea just to spend a tiny bit of time talking about New Zealand. I know a lot of people often think that Australia and New Zealand are one country, and that we feel the same way about things. And I thought, mostly for Charlie's benefit, maybe we just have a quick pop quiz to help try and set the record straight about some of the great inventions that have come out of New Zealand specifically. We're often always being lumped in with our big brother. So there's no stakes, there's nothing to play for, but I'll just get you to raise your hand for either Australia or New Zealand, and we'll run through this quickly. So first up, who invented the pavlova? Now, most of you are probably thinking, what is a pavlova? So I've drawn a picture, which you can't see on the white slide. It's basically a giant meringue with cream and fruit on top. So everyone raise your hand if you think Australia invented the pavlova. Raise your hand if you think New Zealand invented the pavlova. Well, it's actually hard to say. There's some early recipes in the 1900s that popped up in Australia, but they miss out a few of the key ingredients. Later on, New Zealand had the recipe that's much closer to what we know today as pavlova, but scholars mostly agree that putting whipped cream and fruit on a meringue is not that interesting. We've been doing it for ages. So, okay, next question. Who invented the flat white? Now, if you don't know what a flat white is, it's like a latte but made properly. So hands up for Australia. Hands up for New Zealand. We're not entirely sure about that either. Again, the term popped up in the 1950s in England, and then in Australian cafes in the early 80s, they had something that they started calling a flat white, and later on in the 80s, New Zealand did as well. It's possible that all three sort of happened independently, and maybe it's just an obvious term, but at the very least, we don't really know. Question number 3, who invented instant coffee? Is that Australia? New Zealand? That was New Zealand. It's a bit awkward. Honestly, I went into this and I made the slides and I had New Zealand scoring yes for all of them, and then I found out that most of them had nothing to do with us, and so it was quite a humbling experience. All right, let's move into the bonus round. Everything to play for. I think there's never a good time to use those slide transitions, but I did anyway. Okay, who split the atom first, Australia or New Zealand? Australia, New Zealand, that one was us. So instant coffee and the underpinnings of the atomic bomb, that was us. We do have nice mountains though. It's a bit like how you guys actually invented the atomic bomb, but you also invented Cinnamon Toast Crunch, so I'll give you a pass if you give me one. Anyway, now let's talk a little bit about design. And it's probably going to come up a few times through the different presentations because it's a super hot topic right now, but we should start by addressing the elephant in the room, which is that at the moment our industry is going through a lot of change. And everything looks very different month on month. And so I guess as a part of that, I ask for two things. One is a little bit of grace that the things I share today may be completely irrelevant in a few weeks or a few months' time. But secondly, I think there can also be a lot of anxiety around what the future is going to look like for us as software developers. But at least at the moment, while we have access to all of these tools that enable us to do things that we previously may not have been able to do on our own, I think it, right now at least, really only leaves us with one thing to do, and that's just to build better apps. With these tools, we can get so much more done, but it's still on us to be deliberate and opinionated about the end results that we're producing. Now, I think with design, good design can actually feel really intimidating. It can seem lofty or even pretentious and out of reach. When we look at some of the well-known apps in our industry like Collide or the apps from the Not Boring or Up Ahead, sometimes it can be easy to look at these and feel that, maybe you and yourself, or certainly for me, that, those are out of reach. That's not a skill that I have or that I could attain, and so I'll stay in my corner. Maybe I'll build the APIs and get the data flowing in, but then the designer's going to come in and they're the one that's going to make it work and usable. And that's really not helped if you spend time on different social medias. You see people getting into arguments about continuous corners and concentricity or optical alignment, and how important these things are. And don't get me wrong, I think they are important, but these in themselves are not necessarily design as a whole. Steve Jobs famously said, design's not how it looks and feels, design is how it works. And I think further to that, design is also how it makes you feel, or how it makes users feel. I'm sure we've all had an experience where we use a piece of software that leaves us feeling quite negative, or we put off having to go and do a certain thing because we have to engage in some software that makes us frustrated. Or maybe at the other end, sometimes you even have software that is so good to use that it's super addictive and you can't put it down. And I actually think sometimes the best place to be is right in the middle, where the software doesn't make you feel anything at all. You're thinking more about the task that you want to achieve or the information you want to get, and you can get in and get that done without actually being pulled to either of these two corners. And so with that in mind, I want to share 4 things that I think hopefully might improve your design skills. So thing number 1 is a strong foundation that doesn't change. It's interesting, actually, if you look at iOS over the years, it's gone through, we could say, 3 sort of graphic design changes. Obviously, the first one with skeuomorphism, and then getting rid of that with iOS 7, and then more recently with Liquid Glass. But if you look at these 3 versions, they're actually pretty much the same. Someone that used the first one that went to sleep for the last 20 years could come and jump straight back in and keep using it. Or if we dive into a particular application, like the Mail app, for example, it's still broadly the same too. You've got your list of information, some navigation at the top, and tools at the bottom. Our devices have got bigger, so we've moved search down. That kind of makes sense. But broadly, it's still largely the same. And I think that the key is, if you build a strong foundation that you can build on, it creates a really reliable experience for your user. If we look at maybe an opposite example, this is Facebook from way back. And their app looks completely different now, which means they obviously didn't build a strong foundation that they could layer things on. They've had to kind of reinvent it as they go. And so I think new features that we come up with that we want to integrate our apps, they should fit into an existing pattern and not require a fresh start. And in this vein, I think constraints are actually good for you. Sometimes there can be a really strong desire to start again when you've got a new feature that you need to integrate, to throw the whole thing out and build it all around this new idea. But I think when you have bounds to work within, they actually help you be more creative. And I think constraints are actually a fundamental part of being human. We've got things like record players, which have stuck around even though technology has well advanced beyond it. There's something about being forced to listen to just one album through, or maybe the sound that you get from it, that's compelling. Or with film, being restricted to only 24 shots makes you approach the way you're taking photos in a different way to when you have unlimited photos. And so we've got to be careful not to get rid of constraints completely. Or if we look at a software example from recent history, the Dynamic Island, which is really working around a physical constraint of the hardware, but with the software around it, actually creates, in my view, one of Apple's more interesting software innovations in the last few years. But if the cutout wasn't there, maybe they wouldn't have come up with this at all. And LLMs are our friend and enemy here. Because they're happy to go away and just churn on a problem, or throw everything out and start again, it can be really easy just to go through with that and without thinking about it. But we've got to be careful that the LLMs aren't undoing any good work that we may have done previously, or upturn things just because it's so easy. Thing number 2 is to respect the users where they are. In our apps, our users may be using apps in a number of different places. Maybe they're in bed or on a basketball court, in the gym, in the garden, in the kitchen, on the toilet. It's really worthwhile thinking about all the different places that our users might be when they use their applications, because the environment they're in is going to dramatically change how they interact with the app or the information that maybe they want surfaced at the time. So I think it's important to design the app for the person that's doing the job, not for a software developer that's sitting at a desk designing the app for someone to do the job. When I worked at Smudge, that was a big part of the way we built software, was we'd go out and spend time with the users that were actually going to use these applications, so that we weren't building software that ticked all the boxes of upper management, but actually was software that the end user could use and enjoy their day while they're getting work done. Maybe a few examples of what that could look like. In Crouton, while you're cooking, you can filter the ingredient list down just to the current step. I don't know about you, but when I'm cooking, I often get a bit, there's a lot going on in your brain trying to get the different ingredients, and so just being able to see just the ones you need for the current step is a nice way to bring in focus, and also stops the user having to scroll up and down. Or dark noise that launches straight to the player with the last sound, so you can get that going quickly, and even has a dark interface so you're not blinded with the bright screen at nighttime. Or a log that, when you've got a migraine coming on, you can quickly start the tracking for it, but then come in later to fill it out. And I think that shows a lot of empathy for a user in that situation that can just do that and come back later. So the key here really is to think about your user and to have empathy for them where they are. One interesting thing when I was working at Smudge, I'm in a rail yard before we were building some software, and these users were wearing big gloves because it was a frosty morning, and would be holding a mallet in one hand to smack these pins in. So to go from that to sort of like a fine motor skill thing on a phone was a high, that's a massive context switch. And so being able to keep those things in mind as you build software, I think, ends up being a big win for the user. Thing number 3, I'm calling wayfinding, and the idea here is not to let your users get lost. And I think a way to do this is to identify the core set of actions that a user is going to want to take when they open your application. It's sort of maybe an odd example, but I like to think of it like, it's almost like you should be able to open your app and squint, and the user should know where to navigate to what they do. So maybe something like this, where there's a clear distinct set of features, and it's clear where to go depending on what you want. I'm sure we've all opened some software that looks a bit more like this, and it takes a really high mental load to work out which button you want to click on to get to which next step. And anywhere I think where the user's having to think more about the software than the task they're trying to get done, that's an area for improvement. Maybe an example of this is when you come to the US as a visitor, you have to get an ESTA. And they have an app, which I thought was cool. And you download it, and this first screen's not too bad. Room for improvement, but not too bad. At this stage, I had already filled out the ESTA, and I really just wanted to know if my ESTA had been approved. So you tap the Continue button. Every time you launch the app, you have to re-accept the terms. There's a loading spinner in between each of these screens too, so you accept it. Then it takes you to this next screen where you can either get started, or if you already have an ESTA, you can find it, which I find sort of odd terminology. You tap that, and then there's no loading, it just instantly pulls up the ESTA. So it knew that I had one. Still doesn't tell me whether it's approved. Then you tap on it again, and it takes you to this screen. And you can see at the top it says authentication approved, but you really have to know that that's where to look. In my mind, this could have been one screen with my current ESTA with an approved tick, and then maybe another button for starting a new one. But it ends up being this sort of deep flow where I'm having to read each of the steps to find out. And maybe on the flip side, some good examples. Up ahead's a good one where you open it and you're pretty quickly grounded as to where you are at the top, and then you can see the upcoming events and pretty easily create a new one at the bottom. Or another app that I quite like is the Unify Protect app, which it's a security camera app. You open it and you see your cameras, that's pretty normal, but the scrubbing UI for the timeline I find really natural, because often when you want to find a specific event, you may not know the exact point in time that you want to go to, but the scrubbing is so smooth that it's really easy just to scrub back and forwards and zero in on the point in time you were looking for. And so I think that really takes the friction away of having to think about what you're looking for. You can kind of just naturally go in and find it. So thing number 4 is about glanceability, and it's the idea of letting your users get in and get out as quickly as possible. And so the key here is to think about what's the most useful and simple information that you could surface to a user on a fresh launch. For example, it's actually the reason that Crouton opens directly to the meal plan, even though I get a lot of support email asking to make it the recipe list instead, because in my mind, seeing the recipe list gives you no information that's really sort of usable in a moment, but seeing what meal is up next in the plan is some information that you can digest and close the app without actually having to touch the interface at all. If we go back to that Facebook example, it's a pretty good one of terrible glanceability, because you open it and you're none the wiser to anything that's gone on, which maybe is actually a good thing when it comes to Facebook. But yeah, in this case, there's no surfaceable information. An app that I'm sure we all know but does this very well is Flighty. So you can launch this app, you can see your upcoming flights, how many days they are away, and a bunch of information, and close the app, and you haven't had to interact with it at all. Or back to Combustion. This is an interesting one, because when the app first came out, most users only had one probe, so you could have a lot of information sort of densely on that first screen. But as the app's been around for longer and more devices have come out, now we have users that maybe have 4 or 5 probes. If you're cooking with more than that, then I don't know what you're cooking. But so we had to actually redesign it here. We brought in this sort of simple summary view, which you can see behind, and then you tap in for the details. And this gives you a really glanceable sort of first screen that's really important while you're cooking, that you don't have to be sort of tapping the screen with dirty hands, but gives you really quick glanceability as to what's going on. And then you can dive in deeper if you want to see the graphs and things. Here's an example that I'm giving. This is my Power app that I use at home. And it's great. You can launch the app and you can quickly see if you're overspending compared to the last bill, and that's cool. But I don't know why they fill half the screen with a picture of a house that doesn't look anything like my house. I think the graphic designer probably built it and thought it looked really cool, and looked great in the mock-up, and it does look nice, but it's adding no value. I think even it looks like it's showing nighttime, but it shows that darkness the whole day. So yeah, half points for that one. So the key really for this one is to think about what's the information that your user's going to come into your app for that you could pull right out to the front screen so that they can quickly get in and get out with something. Now, I did say there was 4 things. I've got 2 bonus things which didn't really fit neatly into the 4 categories, so I hope you'll humor me with those briefly. The first one is this idea around killing your darlings, which is a phrase you might be familiar with. The idea here is that, as the builders, we can spend a lot of time working and solving a problem. And in doing that, we sort of form an intimate relationship with what we've created. And that puts us in a bad position to be a judge of whether it's something that should ship or not. And so the idea of killing your darlings is being able to step back and assess whether you've clearly met the criteria that you went in with. And if you haven't, then being happy to start again, basically, which can be really hard when you've poured all this time and energy into it. And I think this is an area where LLMs can actually be really useful, because now complex prototypes that may have taken days, weeks, or months, you can have going in minutes or not long at all. And so we can build these powerful or tricky ideas and validate them without becoming so attached to them. And so I think this is an area where we can use LLMs to our advantage. And the other one sort of closely related is don't share your designs or features straight after they're done. And this is one that I'm trying to work on. I know when I spend time, like I just said, sort of working on something, you become quite attached to it. And I think if you build something and you're really proud of it, and then you very quickly go and show someone else for feedback, you're not really in a position to be critical about it or potentially accept the feedback. And so I think if you can take time to step away from a feature, maybe a day, sleep on it, come back, assess it, and then show it, then you can be in a much better frame of mind to sort of critically assess or take on the feedback and apply it, rather than if you do it straight away. So let's maybe just take some of these ideas and put them into practice quickly. When I was preparing for this talk, I was trying to come up with like a good idea for a simple project that I could use as an example. And I had ChatGPT help me out, and it gave me an example that wasn't a great one, but I wanted to see if Codex could do it while I came up with a better idea. And I didn't come up with a better idea, so I'm using the bad idea, which is an awkward conversation helper. So the idea is that your phone will listen in on the conversation, and anytime there's an awkward pause, it'll quickly throw up a suggested next question or comment that you could say to, look engaged. I did actually use it with my wife while she was sitting on the couch, and she gave me like a amazed look that I'd engaged with what she'd said. So maybe there's potential. Anyway, this is what Codex came up with. It's just one long scrolling list with some of the features. An interesting thing about scrolling lists is that they're really imprecise if you're wanting to do a specific action. I think it's a little bit like maybe why the Photos redesign was not that great, because it's nice when you can jump in an app and just tap to be somewhere. But anytime you have to scroll, it's really imprecise. So if you want to enter a specific value, sliders can be pretty awkward. Codex doesn't care about that. It thought the scroll view was a good idea. And yeah, so it just dumped this all together. It's also added in a bunch of extra helper text, and I don't know what that circle is for design. Anyway, maybe let's take this and see if we can improve it a little bit. Now, I will say, this is certainly not complete. I started working on it, and then I realized that I didn't need to finish it to be a polished app to ship on the store, so I kind of held off on a lot of the things, and I'm sure you'll be able to spot those. I agree with you. So if we sort of think about all of these things together, initially I tried to sort of separate them out and say, let's do the foundation first, then let's bring in the glanceability, etc. But I think they really sort of work in concert, and so I wasn't able to cleanly pull them out. It's more like, let's look at how we can apply all of these things together. And so the first thing you'll notice here is we've switched it to a tab bar to pull some of that functionality out and separate it into distinct states in the app. And then thinking about glanceability or wayfinding, now the app launches straight into the conversation screen so that you're not sort of fumbling around while the conversation's happening trying to get to the start button. Now it's just there and ready to go. And then I've shifted the statistics that it had into its own tab so that you can see how many conversations you've been saved from. These screens need a lot of work, by the way. I kind of just put them in the tabs and Codex thought it was important to have a debug log visible to the user, so that's and then you can start the conversation and get this nice waveform to show you that it's listening, so you can check that everything's working. Yeah, and then as the pauses arise, then you get helpful things like what other microbiological processes intrigue you, which I'm sure is bound to titillate your partner. So in conclusion, the goal really is just to think about your user and have empathy for them in the situation that they're in when they use your software. And I think when you start with that foundation and layer up on top of it, that is good design. You don't need to worry that you don't understand about perfect alignment or sort of whimsy and fun animations and things. Those are skills that you can learn. Talent is just hard work unseen. But I think if you start with these fundamentals, they're really just thought exercises. They don't require 10 years of practice to get going. And so I'd really encourage you just to not shy away from design. And one last thing, can you monospace your digits, please? There's nothing worse than opening an app and the timer's doing this every time it changes. It's one line of code, or you can change the font. It's not very hard. I would appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to follow me, you can. There's some codes to scan. Yeah, thank you.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Hey! Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon. till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall.
All right. I need to share my showing. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so I want to talk to you all today about tools. Basically, build for ourselves, how you level up your app behind the scenes, all the kind of nice consumers never see. Also, I'm excited to be here at Deep Dish Swift. It's my first time in Chicago, so. All right, before we get too deep into the talk, I want to give you a little background on myself and maybe play a little mini game of 2 truths and a lie, but it's 4 truths and a lie. So stick with me through the end, and then we'll kind of go through those as well. So I'm an engineer, focused. I've been Ironman and Neat at Craig Rigi, Mr. Air Force One, and lived in California. All right, we'll eliminate one of them, but all right, back to the talk. So the typical talk debugging tools, I kind of name it in kind of a story, and take you through. I've gone through a particular feature that was really near and dear to my heart for a lot of reasons. So we're going to start with the customer journey, talk a little bit about why the black box. We're going to talk about debugging tools kind of at a high level in a generic sense, and then I want to give you an example of something that I was able to build myself. And then we're going to take this that are completely applicable to every app circuit, but give you some framework that you can out if you build your own debug tool. We're going to start with the problem. Been there, maybe it's like on a Wednesday. Maybe it's a CEO, maybe it's a user, maybe it's a colleague, and you get to this point where I know I've been in this circumstance many times, but in particular, there was a summer where we were working on a particular that happen a lot of times. So you get to this point where you start to think about, okay, got the report, now I have to drop everything, and you start thinking about what are the reproduction steps, what do I need to start asking? Used to the dark problem of what maybe if you're like me in this circumstance, you kind of that you need a lot of information from the customer and you kind of need to see what the repro steps are without or any visibility into what you're looking at. I like to think about this starting with tax. So you've got to ask of questions. Maybe you look at a video, all of these different steps of what it might take to get to the. It's taking a lot of starting to even see what the process is. They take a lot of time, and so one of the things that I happen to have was like a feature where I kept spending over and over and over again. Really to like, is this investigation tax really worth it to fix this bug? I kind of like to think about it in t-shirt sizing. So thinking about like small, medium, large, extra large, and thinking about the entire development life cycle. You probably start with kind of your main priority. Now you need to get more clarity. So now you've asked this customer for more context. This is where things start to really balloon and to take a lot of time, especially because when you're thinking about this customer is reaching out to you because they care about your feature or your product working for them, but it's not their main priority. So it might take a while for them to get back to you to even figure it out. And then you start to fix the problem. Ooh, that's going to take a long time. That's where things really start to balloon. Maybe the task gets really large, and now maybe this is the second or third time that you've had to go through this problem. You try to give them a fix, and then you wait for them to come back to you, and have they tested it? How long is it going to take them to get back to you with that information? And then you might have to repeat the process if nothing even progressed at that point. So this has happened to me a couple of times, and I want to take you a specific moment with this happened with a feature that we developed with mobile device management. Sounds like a big, scary acronym. I'm going to keep saying MDM, but I'll explain what MDM is in a little bit simpler terms. But I think it's important to consider what you're building and the context so that you can kind of understand what types of tools might be helpful or how it could be useful in your app's journey. So we'll talk a little bit about what is MDM itself, the life cycle of MDM in technical terms so you can understand why we're living in such a black box system. And then we're going to take a deep look into each step and see why we can maybe feel a little blind trying to debug together. So at some point in time, you probably build an app. And maybe it's built out of an idea of excitement, and you kind of have this story that you're going to build some fun features. And then you decide you want to monetize or you need to expand. And Slack got to that point too, and one of our monetization strategies was to look at how to build things in the context of enterprise security. And what a lot of customers ended up asking for was mobile device management. So an essential way of saying that, hey, is there a way that you can let customers use, at their own company, their personal devices, but also protect the mobile device management just essentially means that we're kind of safeguarding features within the app and taking that context so that none of the customer's data is exposed in any way that would prevent them from using an app like Slack. So taking a step back, to be able to set up MDM itself, we're going to start with a third party. To set up MDM, you need a vendor. And this vendor could be anything from maybe VMware or MobileIron, all of these different contexts in which you don't really need to understand who they are or their names, but it's a third-party app. I control none of it. So when we build a feature that connects with MDM, we don't get any of their debugging, we don't get any of their logs, things like that. Then you kind of move into this step of okay, now that we've decided that we're going to build MDM, there's all these providers that are going to conform to maybe something that is called a managed configuration. This is part of what the OS is put out, so something that Apple or Android and other services like that would put out so that we can support the MDM vendors' idea of what they want to put in terms of context of security for the apps. And then you get to the point where you say, okay, great. The MDM vendors have set things up. We have them managed configuration was also not entirely under control. But then we get to the point where things are under our control in theory, is we have the features that we can build on top of MDM. But looking at that life cycle, you can probably already kind of tell there's a lot of really intricate steps involved. So let's take a step back and look at every one individually. So I was just mentioning there's a lot of different types of MDM vendors. Well, they should, in theory, all conform to an app config policy. And what this means is we're working with the structure of a key value pair in a plist type file. Nobody wants to look at this plist file and try to dissect everything that's kind of going on in here. But to distill in simple information, you just get key value pairs, and hopefully you kind of understand the context in which you're getting it from an MDM vendor. The difficult part to this, as I mentioned before, is the vendors themselves are not any part that we can control. So they can decide the UI that they want to display to admins. They can decide the types that they display to admins. So even though we may want to have a feature that's based on a Boolean, they might say, we don't support Booleans, so it's going to be a string. And what does that mean for us? Oh, type safety, what? We'll see. So then you get to the managed configuration. So this is, in most of our context, would be the Apple side of the house. This part, seems a little bit easier to grasp because you kind of get to the point where you're like, okay, great. Now we have this configuration in which we get an MDM plist file through MDM server, and it's going to be stored for us in user defaults. And we'll get to this a little bit, but there's no like user-specific PII or like sensitive data that's stored in here. It's pretty simple like key value pairs that will will give you like feature functional behavior that don't expose too much. However, again, we're hoping that these vendors have a specific way that they can give us the values, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will. So when we get to the point of trying to extract data from our configuration in this dictionary, we're really crossing our fingers that they're using the same types that we might be expecting in our data source. And then we try to pull out the first value. And this is when we want to try to build our first feature. Again, we're crossing our fingers. We're really hoping we get to this point where we're like in this understanding with the MDM vendors. We're in the understanding that this is coming down from the server and looks correct to us. So we try to build our features. So now we're finally at the app level. We're like, OK, great. The vendor has done their thing. They have a configuration. We've gotten the plist. It's come through the server. We've set it all up in our user defaults. Everything sounds wonderful. Now we want to build all these features on top of it. So you can get a lot of standard things within MDM, but you can also add your own features. So if we were to say, build our own version of MDM for, say, a pizza delivery company, which obviously they want because they want to keep all of their pizza information and deliveries very, very safe. So we can add a lot of different key value pairs. We've set up our own type safety, and for a lot of them, we maybe want strings for, say, like location or your order or toppings. But if we don't want to have the ability to add pineapple, maybe that's like a frequent thing that people don't love, we're going to maybe make it a Boolean. So that looks type safe to me. Feels pretty nice. I feel like we can build some features, and we expect some behavior that a customer will see within their app. Everything we're about to give our features to the customer, we feel wonderful. A lot of things can go wrong, though. Steps, we have probably little to no context into what each provider is going to give us. Not to mention, we hope that they all follow the app config policies from the app config community structure, but we don't control necessarily who's going into that new community, so they can set things up however they want. We can try to give them a plist file that a lot of customers can follow as like a guideline for what Slack specifically follows or what your app wants to specifically follow in terms of key value pairs. So maybe in that circumstance that I was mentioning before, where we have on the back end where something that has types for a Boolean. But if we don't give them a plist file, maybe they have custom fields where a customer can just add whatever they want. This means typos, naming issues, lots of different contexts in which things could go wrong. I had many conversations with customers where we would go through and they would say, hey, MDM's not working, the profile's not attaching, nothing feels secure, we can't use your features. And one of those features was signing in. That feels kind of crucial. And you would go and you would ask for a screenshot. I'd be like, hey, can we see your configuration? Because again, it's not like super specific customer data or user data. It's very generic stuff. And you'd see and you'd be like, oh, delivery doesn't have 2 R's. That's funny. But then everything breaks, right? But I have no idea until I ask them for a screenshot. I can't see what the values are from their side. It gets tough. Everybody's frustrated. So what if we build something for us? Maybe it gives us that visibility. Maybe, I don't have to be the only person who gets pinged on a Wednesday for a high priority issue. And I can be that person that scales up on-call. Like, maybe on-call isn't as intimidating if everybody can debug a feature like MDM. We'd also like to get to the point where we can really close the gap between that customer report and that black box system we've been working in. So one of the things that I like to do when I get maybe like a lot of bugs or a lot of issues or consistency of like customer reports is I like to take a step back before I just like jump the gun on what I want to deliver. I really want to think about, okay, what is the fundamental issue of this problem? What would the impact be for like what we can do to change that issue? And how do we really think about it? So the 3 solutions I came up with initially for debugging MDM is like, okay, what happens if we keep things the same? What if we just add logging? What if we build an entirely new tool? So let's talk about all 3 of those cases. What if we just maintain the status quo and do nothing? That's very viable, right? Like I can just keep going about my day asking for those screenshots, seeing if people have typos in their configs. Maybe I can go through and make sure all their values are correct. Everything stays the same, sounds kind of nice. Then you can keep working on new features maybe. Con, everything is the same. So that investigation task that we were talking about before is going to continue. And maybe it balloons because you add more features to MDM and now you're debugging more circumstances in that case. The other problem is we just don't know what might come next. And so I don't want to put someone like in our on-call rotation or have someone working on more bugs if I'm kind of having this big burden myself. It doesn't really feel fair. What if we had logging? This seems like a lift, right? A little bit more visibility. Maybe you could do something like server side that you could really enable people to be able to see a little bit more context into what's going on. So maybe in those cases where it's just a typo, we can kind of see what the key name is. And so at least the key is correct and all sounds dandy. Maybe it just speeds things up just that little bit. We take a little bit off that investigation tax that we were talking about. Feels very reasonable. I still think that we might have a little bit extra time on our hands though, where the con of like figuring out, are these logs even useful? Okay, now we've added a log for the keys so I can see typos, but maybe there's still more issues. Maybe they've also made a typo in something that's pretty Slack specific on the value side. Now I need to add a new log for that because I didn't cover that case for that problem. I still think that cycle still takes a while. So maybe we won't go with logging for this one. What if we talk about an entirely new tool? It'd be nice to think about a world in which developers maybe don't need to be involved with debugging. Maybe customer service could help out, get that early information. Maybe it's a little ambitious, but we can work towards it, right? We can think about what that world might look like. We can also talk about thinking how that debugging life cycle is significantly reduced. If we have a tool that can both look at like the keys, the values, what's coming down from the config, are all the types correct, like that sounds pretty nice. I would enjoy that tool. I would use that tool. But again, we need to think about if I'm pitching this to the team and saying, okay, I'm going to pause feature work to work on this new tool, I need to make sure that I'm saying, okay, hey, I'm going to stop that for now to be able to do this lift, and hopefully it will give me enough returns that everything will look great. And then I need to think about making it secure. What if you think about things and maybe I dump out the keys and the values and they've accidentally put in customer data. Now what happens? Like things don't look great. It doesn't feel good. So what could we do to mitigate some of those problems? Ultimately, I went with creating an entirely new tool. So keeping things in the context of MDM, what if we talk about an MDM solution, this like simulated MDM, where we have no vendors, no like weird external third-party things. Sounds fantastic. We mimic our configs. So we create something that's close enough. It's user defaults. Why can't I create something that kind of mimics that value? And then I also think in terms of creating an investigation tool, a debugging tool, you can kind of get this like added teaching value, right? Like you're doing something that really explains that you know the feature if you can create something that really solves that problem. So if we take a step back, we're going to dive in. We're going to build our debugging tool. Why don't we think about a couple of things that we need to go through to be able to make that tool? We need to think about our entry point. So where is it going to be? Is it going to be in the app? Is it going to come from somewhere else? What is that going to look like? Talk about the guardrails. How are we going to keep that data safe? How are we going to keep the tools safe? This is a feature for us, not for everyone. And then the feature itself. We should go into the requirements of what that looks like. I would consider it a feature. It's a tool, but it is a feature. All right. So thinking about our entry point. I think this is where a lot of people might just see a debugging tool as like a hack. But I might push back against that. I think it could be, but I also think we can spend the time to make a nice feature. If you're already using MVVM, you're using, I don't know, some pattern, Viper, whatever your stack might look like, use this as another example. Put in your architecture. Why not? That sounds like a great way to reuse your existing architecture, and I feel like it should also work very well, at least in the business logic sense. Maybe it doesn't always look great, but you can have a good time at least like putting in architecture that makes sense, and it doesn't just need to be hodgepodge. You don't want bugs in your debugging tool. That seems counterintuitive to debugging tool. The other thing is then you can think about, okay, now that we've created this feature, whatever architecture you decide to put it in, you present it. I don't know, maybe you're using Swift and you can present a modal, however you want to do it. Maybe it's an alert, whatever kind of data you want to display. Maybe your Swift UI, you add it to the navigation stack, whatever makes most sense for you. And then specifically for our MDM case, we want to mimic our data source. So in this case, user defaults. But we don't want to confuse the two. So again, coming back to the idea that we want to create a tool that is useful and runs in parallel but doesn't mix data. Because the last thing we want to do, again, is like we don't want bugs in our debugging tool. We don't want bugs from our debugging tool that interfere with our current existing implementation of MDM. So we won't use that, but we'll use something similar. User defaults is something that already exists in the app. We'll do something. So we're going to create our entry point. So we have our app, and boop, we had a little button. I would say it's nice if you can put it somewhere that is visible to other developers. It's kind of hard if you have like new, people who join the company or whatnot and they can't find a debugging menu. So make it visible. Put it somewhere maybe that's like helpful. Or if it's not in the app itself, it's like, I don't know, if you build a separate app or you put something on the web or something like that. Make it visible for people to kind of follow up and be able to actually see where it is. Because I think a lot of value can also be in the visibility of the debugging tool itself. Guardrails. Okay, so coming back to, now we have this nice debugging tool, you put it in the app, you're so excited. You don't want to merge, it's not visible to absolutely everyone. Remember, feature for us, not for everybody, even though we're excited. So maybe if you're going to put this feature in a lot of places, maybe it's going to be entirely visible for, I don't know, maybe you want to debug in a lot of different places, so maybe you think about using a macro. It's a great way to like create your own way to distinguish between builds, what have you. The other thing that we have done quite a bit that is really helpful for us is creating separate builds. So being able to target a specific build for your tool so that it doesn't really hit like those production-ready instances is very helpful. Feature flags. The last two things I just spoke about were things that are into the app, maybe compile time, but not something that will be fixable from like remote or far away. So why not use something like a feature flag? So just in case, you never know. The first time you initiate, like create this new debugging tool, you don't want it all over the face of, I don't know, Hacker News. You definitely don't want that there. So hide it somehow. If something happens, you can always turn off the feature flag. Just have some fail-safe that just like kills it. Lastly, but not least, we're not going to add any, like, I don't know, don't expose any data. This is like we still want customers to feel safe when using our apps, and we're not trying to do anything weird with data, so we're not exposing that. We're just doing something that inflates our sense of how we can help them debug or replicate an instance. Okay, now we get to the cool stuff, the feature. We're so excited. We've spent all this time setting it up. We have an entry point. We put in our guardrails. And now we need to think about how we're solving this. So what is the feature actually going to look like? So to the same point that I was talking about before with how we want to actually use maybe a real architecture in the app, we also want to think about, like, what is this going to look like? Who is our audience? What are we solving for? One of the big things that I've been harping on that has been such a difficulty with MDM is third-party vendors. Would it be crazy to say, like, what if we just get rid of that? What if we eliminate third-party dependencies? That sounds pretty nice to me. I don't want to have to ever use Mobile Iron again. Could we get to that place? I'd like to have a replicatable environment. I don't want to manage a plist. I don't want to upload something to another MDM vendor. I would like to be able to just enter in my own key value pairs. That sounds nice. And then internal builds. I want to be able to set breakpoints. I'm fine asking a customer a question about their environment or like thinking about what they might use or how their I don't know, there's circumstances for MDM, but I would like to be able to use it within our build so I can set breakpoints, I can fix bugs internally. Much easier to be able to visibly see based on logs or what I'm doing to be able to change that. So what does that look like? We now become the vendor. So whatever we put into our app, we can become the vendor. We can manage all of that. I'm not saying that we are exactly an MDM vendor. Like we're definitely, it's like the smaller scale of that. But we now take control of that piece. And that means that we can set our values. We create the list of key values. Maybe we input what our keys are so that nobody has to think about that. Nobody has to memorize the keys. But we also create a way for maybe custom values so we can see what happens if things break or if a vendor adds custom values to their input in their UI, because not every admin is going to be maybe tech heavy and understand what it means to have a custom value and what that would look like to have specific types for those values. I also think, again, thinking our feature has good architecture, we've really thought through the requirements. We've added new features to mobile device management before. We want this to be extensible. If we add another feature, it'd be great for this to then also work for that new feature too, and not have a huge lift to be able to add that as well. So now we've added our button, and now we have our list. Our new MDM in our app delivery sense. So we can see all of the keys are pre-populated, and now we can start to type the values in ourselves. What happens if it's an empty string? What happens if I type in just a plain string value? What happens if I make true a string instead of a Boolean? We can, what have you, whatever you want to kind of make in that sense. But now you have this easy way to get into the app and kind of visually see what might happen if you set all these values and then you go about the app. It feels a little better. So now thinking about, okay, we have this framework for a debugging tool. Why not make it so that everybody's able to use it? Ensure that you share the context of what this is. I think one of the biggest things that has felt cool to me is that I love shipping features to customers. I think it's really nice. Even when I get a bug, even a bug report, an issue where a customer comes back and they're like, oh, this isn't working. I can't sign in. And I'm like, I'm crushed. They can't sign in. Obviously, that hurts me. But I think the coolest part is then when I made a debugging tool for MDM, I now saw that people actually understood what MDM was, because nobody wanted the responsibility of setting up an account on MobileIron. They didn't want to be an admin there. They didn't want to understand what a plist file was. They didn't want to understand where all the values were coming from. They didn't want to understand the context of why is this one sometimes coming in as a string or a Boolean. And thinking about what that all meant for all of our processes. So on-call became not so intimidating for everybody. Bug fixes that came in. People were open to fixing bugs in the MDM area, and I wasn't stuck doing it by myself. That was very fulfilling, and I think if you can find a way to make it, like I said, a learning process for everybody, it kind of shows you that maybe things aren't so hard after all, and I think you can replicate it. So once you start with one debugging menu, maybe this spins off into another. Maybe there's other high priority issues that are worth making this extensible for, or following the same pattern, or for example, we added MAM, which is, we don't have to go on what MAM is, but it's another security feature. And so what if we could imagine they use, sometimes you can also use configs for MAM. So what if we can extend our MDM simulation tool for MAM? Now you've totally extended the possibilities where people never wanted to work on these MAM, MDM, they hate the acronyms, it seems scary. We have multiple apps, it's a lot of context switching. And now you have a debugging menu that really just brings that all home. You can also think about starting small. Like I said, this could have just been maybe a logging project. Maybe you create a logging menu that has a lot of context into what really could provide you even a little bit less of that investigation tax. At the end of the day, I think the biggest thing is thinking about, what I like to think about is making not just my life, but the team's life simpler, more pleasant, and more productive. Just how can you kind of do those little things that make it better? And at the end of the day, what I found is making that debugging tool for MDM significantly reduced the leverage, the overhead of working on it. So we were going from like, every time someone was on call for a week, it was like 2 to 3 bugs, and no one, that entire week, no one could do anything besides fixing bugs for MDM, and now it's kind of like an afterthought. Like, it's there and it feels great, but we like do so much fewer features and so much fewer development on something like that, that it makes it feel like, oh, okay, it's helped, maybe, I don't know, maybe it helped too much, that now that we don't have to solve all these issues all the time, but people can actually work on new features, which just feels really nice. So in practice now, what does our development life cycle look like? Well, everything seems a lot smaller. Our t-shirt sizing just like shrunk quite a bit, so customer reporting a bug feels probably about the same, but then now we're able to simulate the issue very fast. We can type in all of our values. Our app delivery system, maybe someone sent in a value where they're like, hey, my location never seems to be correct. We can immediately replicate the exact same issue. Then we can fix it, or explain to them maybe like what is going wrong in their situation on their side and how they can fix it. And when they test their fix, everything seems to get a little bit easier, to the point where now you can spend all of that big time working on the next big project, and everything feels a little bit better, maybe just that much more productive. Leave you with the idea of making your own debugging tool. I think it's not everything. It definitely feels great. And I definitely love seeing like teammates kind of really understand the concepts and other features that they're building based on maybe a debugging tool. I will also caveat that not everything needs a debugging tool, I realize that, but I think those high priority issues where there's maybe a lot of different constraints, a lot of different moving parties that kind of go along with that, I think it'd be kind of fun to see. So anyways, that's a little peek into what we solved with MDM, and thank you for listening.
Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. sky. The light inside makes a light. And as a gift of God, you moved in this world. But the golden chains right in your hands. And you are afraid and you're against.
All right. We have the last talk of day one. How's everybody doing so far? Okay. We have a fun talk now. We have Carlos with extra saucy Swift audio APIs. Wait. Can we get... Oh, we're not mirroring. Hold on. We're going to figure this out. Here.
Oh, that's strange.
Now, are we good? There we go. Okay. Now we have Carlos.
Wait, we have the airdrop code right now. Hey, hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Carlos. I'm going to be telling about some extra saucy Swift audio APIs today. And before I start, you might be curious, who is Carlos? And I got you. So I used to work at Apple for 2 summers. I was part of the Vision Pro audio team. And that's the team that does anything that's audio related and involves the Vision Pro and also spatial audio. I like to call myself a toner architect. If you're not Morrowind fan, you might get that reference. And I have a bunch of tech tutorials and technical tutorials that you can find on Medium, Hashnode, and my blog. And most importantly, right now I'm an indie developer making Setu, a personal DJ for Apple Music subscribers. Recently got featured on the Canadian and US App Store, so it's doing pretty good. Right, I have a few fun facts about here. I live in Lawrence, Kansas, and I grew up in 5 countries. And now, for the real meat and potatoes of this talk, extra saucy Swift audio APIs. So I have 3 objectives for everybody in this room, is that by the end of this talk, we should be able to make apps that can transcribe user speech, identify who said what in group conversations with multiple people in a recording, and then use LLMs on device to understand these conversations. And if you're curious about what this looks like on an actual device, if you have an iPhone on the latest iOS 26, you already know how it looks like. Because in the Phone Codes app, you can see transcripts of any voice memo that you get. And in the Voice Memos app, you can get a live transcript of whatever you're saying when you click that blue button on the bottom left corner. And if you have the Podcast app, Apple now gives you a transcript of whatever the content of the podcast is and generates chapters automatically with the foundation models. And we'll be able to use the same models that Apple uses to make our apps do the same functionality. Cool. And the model that powers this is Apple's new speech analyzer framework, which was announced last year during WW25. But to appreciate this framework, we have to understand where we're coming from. And that takes us to Speech Recognizer and the Great Vibe Shift. So Speech Recognizer came out in 2016, and I like to call it the ancient days. And it was part of iOS, And it was part of iOS 16, and it's a bit like a vintage pizza. It looks pretty cool, but I wouldn't recommend eating it. So Speech Recognizer allowed developers to use Siri's speech-to-text infrastructure. And this is great until you realize that using Siri's speech-to-text architecture, which meant that users had to go into their settings, enable Siri, and if you want to use another language, they also have to download that language for Siri support. Then afterwards, you're capped at a 1-minute dictation time, whereby any content that was longer than a minute had to go to Apple's server somewhere else. So it was a very messy process, and Apple even knew that this was a bit messy, and that's why they made a complete revamp called Speech Analyzer. And Speech Analyzer inherits the functionality from Speech Recognizer, and also is part of the foundation model system. So that means that your models get better as Apple improves their models, and it doesn't affect your app size if you include any speech ML in your app. The best part about Speech Analyzer is that it's been trained to handle long audio content, so you can have stuff that's longer than 1 minute, that can be 2 hours, 30 minutes, and it still works great. It's been trained to handle conversations better, so if you and your friends are talking and yapping, you get all that content, and it's all on device. So nothing leaves to any Apple server or any external servers. And most importantly, it's super fast and can handle distant speakers, giving you the ability to get real-time transcripts in ultra-low time. And it's also great for recording meetings, conferences, and talks like this one. And how it works is that Speech Analyzer
is very modular. So depending on what type of functionality you want to do, you can add modules to it, such as a speech transcriber, speech detection, which is basically as a speech recognizer, but upgraded, and voice activity detection, meaning that if you only want one specific component, you don't have to use all three. And if you want all of them, you can. And in the future, Apple might add more modules that we can use in our apps. And the two ways of talking to Speech Analyzer. You could give it a live input, such as an input from a microphone, or you can save a file into your device or pull it from a server and then load it onto Speech Analyzer. And the cool part is that it gives you asynchronous output. So this is what powers the voice memos feature, whereby you're able to get input as you're talking and it shows you a transcript. So let's do a demo. I have a QR code in the bottom corner, which points to a GitHub repo, which has the slides I'm going to use, and I'm also going to push some demo apps within the next 24 hours. And our first app is Pizza Logs. It puts the pizza in Speech Analyzer. So it has 3 steps. We first record a voice recording, and then we save it onto the user's device. Then afterwards, we're going to load the file into an app to get the file URL. Then we're going to transcribe. And what's cool about Speech Analyzer is that we can do the transcription of 5 simple steps. The first step is importing speech and AV Foundation. So here in line 4, we create a file that accepts a URL. This can be your URL on device, or it can be a URL from your server, or wherever you want it. And then we create an instance of the speech transcriber module, which we're going to attach to a Speech Analyzer. And now you might notice here in line 6, we have 2 parameters called locale and preset. So locale is basically the language you want Speech Analyzer to use. So if you're in the United States, you can have a US English preset locale, or if you're in Canada, you might have a Canadian English locale, and so on. And the preset handles what type of input you're getting. Is that an offline transcription, or is that a live real-time transcription? And an AV audio file is just a wrapper we can give to our file, so a Speech Analyzer understands what type of file it is. Then afterwards, we want to connect our speech transcriber and audio input via a Speech Analyzer. So here in line 10, we create an instance of Speech Analyzer, and in line 12, we give it a transcriber module. And here, this is an array. So you can have your transcriber, and you can have your detection module, and you can also have a VAD module altogether. And in line 13, we have finish after file, and here it's enabled for true. So what this means is that let's say we had like 5 different files we wanted to process, and we want to use the same Speech Analyzer, so we don't have 5 parallel instances of it. So we can say finish after file to be false, so that way you can use the same Speech Analyzer and save those resources, which is especially useful when you handle like super big files that are like 2 gigabytes large and so on. Okay, and now for the last step, we have the transcript. I mentioned that Speech Analyzer gives us asynchronous output, and this is why we have a 4-try await, as the Speech Analyzer is going to give us the results as they come in. In this example, I'm waiting for an entire loop to finish getting the transcript before we return it, but if you have this in a SwiftUI view, you can have this be an add state property and get it to update in real time as we get the results and the Speech Analyzer gives out output. Cool. And that's how you get Pizza Logs. This is basically an app with timestamps on the left and a transcript on the right. Cool? I'm going to assume the silence means everyone's cool with that. And now in the presets. So at first, when Speech Analyzer came out in 2025, we had 2 presets, which was basically transcription for offline file and progressive for real-time live input. But over time, Apple has been adding some more presets that you can use for different applications. But these are the 2 important ones. And what's really cool about having live input is that it gives you a new property you can use called volatile results. So a speech model, such as speech to text, is actually a language model. So as you're doing a transcription, it makes a guess about what the person said. But as it gets more context about what's being spoken about, it can refine its guess to give you actual good words. It could be very strange to talk about pizza when you're talking about, I don't know, planes or something. So it can correct that misinterpretation to give you a better result. And this is by default, it's off, but you can enable it if you want to give users quick feedback about what's being generated in real time. Okay, but then what's the catch? This sounds great, I'm using Apple's models, it's state of the art, it's whatever. But that's also the biggest issue, is that you're using Apple's models, and there's nothing you can do about it. Or that's what I would like to say. So the limitations about Apple's models is that you don't have speech diarization or speaker embeddings. And speech diarization is basically the feature that lets you identify unique individuals in a group conversation. So if Josh, I, and Carrie were talking, and had a group recording of it, speech diarization would be able to separate each individual speaker by ID after a voice. And it does this through embeddings. And embeddings are essentially a characteristic of voice properties that we can cast into a mathematical representation that code can understand. And also have limited supported languages. On launch, Apple supported about 5 languages, but now we have expanded that to 25 languages, so it is a bit better. Okay, but the solution is the open source community. And the biggest solution is the Fluid Audio repository. This is an open source Swifty SpeechML frameworks. Fluid Audio does a lot of cool stuff, but I'm going to focus on speech diarization and speaker embeddings. But it also gives you access to other models that are very, very different from Apple's, such as Pyrokit for transcription, like what we walked through, and VAD for serial, and text-to-speech, which is really, really cool, because this is the same cutting-edge stuff that happens in Python and C++, and also voice cloning, which is pretty cool, but might be a bit concerning if you make a deepfakes app. And also gives you speech diarization through NVIDIA's API. So as I explained earlier, speech diarization is the process of figuring out who said what in a group recording. And speech diarization is actually a 3-step process using 3 separate strategies. So our first step with speech diarization is to figure out when are people talking, so we can focus on that and then get some voice extraction from that. And after we figure out when people are talking, we then use embeddings to figure out whose voice is which one and then make that unique. And to make sure it's unique, we use segmentation and clustering. So if you have a very deep voice, you can put it in one end of the spectrum, and if you have a very high-pitched voice, you can put it in another end of the spectrum. And this is basically how we can categorize these 2 groups of people to be different. And that's how speech diarization works on a super high level. And let's do another demo, as I think that's the best way we can learn how to use speech diarization. So we're going to make pizza party, person-by-person pizza orders. We do the same pipeline of recording some voice, saving that to disk, and then loading that file onto your app. Then afterwards, we're going to have new labels, as you can see in the middle, where you have speaker 0, speaker 1, and speaker 2, and you can keep track throughout the transcription. And the first step is to import Fluid Audio. And then we're going to create an offline diarizer config on line 3 and 4. Now, offline in terms of Fluid Audio is not whether or not it's running on device or on the server. This is about whether or not we're doing live real-time input or we're doing an offline file that we're going to diarize. And in this example, I'm doing an offline diarizer. And then in line 8, we're going to try and prepare the models. Because this is not an Apple model, we're going to download them from Hugging Face, and that's about 10 megabytes. And that's only on the very first time your app ever runs. And then in following runs, it uses that cached model it downloaded earlier. Then afterwards, we want to resample our audio file. And this is because the speech diarization model that Fluid Audio uses was trained to handle mono files, sampled at a very specific sample rate. So if you give it a stereo file or a surround file, it's just not going to work. So you have to resample it first to make sure the model can understand and work with it. And then, similar to how we handle audio input and audio output in an asynchronous manner, we're going to do a trial wait so we can process our diarization asynchronously. And then lastly, we put our segments into a string. In this case, you have the speaker IDs and when each speaker is talking. So start time and end time. Cool. Congratulations. Now everybody here can use Speech Analyzer and Fluid Audio. And I feel like that's a pretty cool foundation for some pretty cool apps. But now we want to learn how to use AI. And we're going to make an AI pizza party and get us lots of startup investments. Now a quick breakdown into foundation models if you haven't heard about it. So in DubDub 25, Apple also released the Foundation Models API, which lets developers use the same LLMs that power some new experiences on the device, such as when you have a transcription of your email or a summary of that, and how it gets the chapters in the podcast app. It does require you to have iOS 26 Plus and an iPhone 15 Pro because of specs, but it is a very similar philosophy where it's on device and Apple improves the model over time throughout the years and it gets better without you having to touch it and doesn't affect your app size. And for the Pizza Party Pro plan, we're going to get the audio, we're going to get the text, and then we're going to transcribe and diarize it. Then we're going to convert that into an individual pizza order that we can have an automatic delivery app. It's kind of like DoorDash, but through group recordings. So the system that powers this is called a language model session. And this is a property we can initiate using the Foundation Models API. Okay, so this is what our app is going to look like. We have our transcription, our diarization, and then we're going to pizzify those audio recordings. And to pizzify stuff, we have to first figure out what a pizza is. So in this case, a pizza order is going to be a person, that's who ordered the pizza, and some toppings, and then going to have the size of the pizza. So we've noted small, large, and extra large. And this makes sense for us as developers, but then you also have to explain it to a foundation model of what a pizza is. And to do that, we first import the foundation models, then use that generable macro at the very top of your struct, and then you explain each property, such as what is a person. In this case, it's the name or speaker of the person ordering the pizza. What is a topping? A pizza topping that I requested, and any size that's small, medium, or large. And then we create our language model session. And the really cool part about the language model session is that it's super easy to prompt Apple's foundation models to give you answers. It's 2 lines of code. You literally say session, respond to this query I have, and please generate it in the format of a pizza order. And in this example, since we have multiple people ordering pizzas, we have it as a pizza order array. And similar to how the previous 2 projects had asynchronous results, we also get asynchronous results from the LLM. That's why you do another try await statement. So this means as a user, you can generate output in real time as users are interacting with your app. And now we have a Pizza Party Pro, whereby you give it a transcript and then a diarization, and it gives you orders dynamically in SwiftUI. Cool. But now, what next? Now that you know how to use speech diarization, speech analyzer, and speech transcription, you might be curious about what else can I do with this technology. And my first idea is to use speech and vision models to create dynamic content. As someone who used to work on the Vision Pro, I'm a big fan of dynamic content. So you could think of this as content that changes in real time depending on what's happening. And the prototype I have on my GitHub is dynamically changing the location of your spatial audio in real time. So in this example, you have a podcast video that has the speakers in their frame. And you can use Apple's built-in vision models to keep track of where they are and use depth estimation to get a Z position of each speaker. Then once you figure out where they are in 3D space, you can map each speaker's ID from speech diarization to their position in 3D space and change the position of your content. Or if you're making a podcast app or a video editing app, you can dynamically reframe the content to suit the use case, like the frame that the person's in. And with embeddings, you get the vibe of a person's voice. So if you're making like a public speaking coach, you can have archetypes that are defined by speaker embeddings, such as if your person sounds like Tim Cook, you can encourage them to look at Tim Cook's audio presentation so you can learn from them. Or you could have some user experience overhauls whereby you make, for example, an awkward pause detector from the previous demo. And translation. You might make another Duolingo app whereby you want to translate apps in real time and translate translations. We can also use speech transcription for that and open source projects. And the really cool thing about Apple's pipeline is that, translation got really, really easy to do since DubDub 24, when Apple made a big update to its Swiss translation app. So here we have original text at the very top. This could be our transcript, and then we can do a translation by simply using the translation presentation modifier on your views. Cool. And open source projects. Now that we understand how to make SwiftUI transcription with both first-party models, such as a speech analyzer, and also how to do the fluid audio, I'm going to introduce you to Sherpa-Onks, which is the cutting-edge limit of speech diarization and speech ML models on Apple platforms. The only bad part about Sherpa-Onks is that it's in C++ and it mixes up some native code with Swift frameworks, and that's where fluid audio comes in, as fluid audio is kind of like a middle ground that takes the Sherpa-Onks models and optimizes them for Apple and your engines so you can get full GPU performance. Cool, and that's been Extra Sources Swift Audio APIs. Special thanks to Josh, Kerry, and everybody involved with the conference.
Do we have any questions for Carlos?
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my the sky.